Appearing on Fox Focus, email us at foxfocus@fox.com. Local.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Wisconsin Live Desk and welcome to special coverage here we're calling Judge on Trial. Something that began almost 8 months ago to the day, has received national attention and now plays out in a courthouse here in Milwaukee. I'm Carl Deffenbaugh alongside Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson. We will be with you here each and every day from noon until 4 o'clock, bringing you this trial that has, like I said, put Milwaukee once again in the national spotlight, Brian.
Well, obviously there's a lot of attention. It feels like we say that a lot, that Milwaukee's in the national spotlight. This is a big one because while it is about a judge who's on trial, Carl, this is obviously a flashpoint in the immigration debate, right? Yeah. This has been something that we know that the Trump administration made a point of Judge Dugan's arrest. We know that Attorney General Kash Patel tweeted about it or put it on X, whatever you call an X post these days. And so there's been a lot of attention focused on what happens here and what does it say about immigration policy nationwide?
If you're not familiar with this, you probably have not been watching a lot of Fox 6 recently. Yeah. We've been trying to do a good job of getting everyone up to speed on what started the morning of April 18th, 2025, and now starts with day one of the trial today. We should say opening statements have already happened. The first witness has already been called to the stand. We'll get you caught up on everything happening inside the trial of Milwaukee County Circuit Court Judge Hannah Dugan, who is on federal trial now, facing federal charges, I should say, 2 different counts that could send her to prison for years if she were to be convicted. As you mentioned, all relating to what happened or didn't happen inside of her courtroom, inside of the Milwaukee County Courthouse that morning of April 18th. Yeah. Why don't you get us up to speed, Brian, on how we got here?
First, I think it's important because people who are watching us, if you've got us on, we want you, by the way, over the next 4 or 5 days to just keep us on in the background at work, wherever you are, because you can't watch the video of this. Normally, when we have a trial that we cover wall to wall, we say, okay, let's take you back to the courtroom. You can see the testimony for yourself. You can hear what the witnesses say. You can hear the questions that everybody asks. We can't do that, Carl. Right. We are kind of Roxanning this thing a little bit because we have Bill Miston who's in the courtroom, and he is taking copious notes that we're going to be relying on heavily as we tell you about what's going on in this case. And we also have live stream or live blogging going on that you can see for yourself just by logging on to Fox Local, FOX6 News, FOX6Now.com. But we can't see inside because federal court doesn't allow cameras, doesn't allow even an audio stream. So normally when we cover these, we're used to state court where you can see and hear everything that's going on. This is really different and it's more challenging, but we have gone a long way here at Fox 6 to set up a system where we can bring you all of this, not only the testimony as it's coming in, but some expert analysis and kind of give you some context as to what all this means. So
what does that look like? We have a whole team of reporters, as Brian just mentioned, Bill Miston, one of our reporters in the courtroom. We have others who are outside and able to listen to the proceedings, but then join us here on the Wisconsin Live Desk and kind of tell you, be the eyes and ears for you inside that courtroom with how things are playing out. And we'll be joined by Fox 6 anchor Ted Perry momentarily, actually, who's already been listening. And then we have a series of legal analysts and political experts who will join us each and every day here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Again, putting that broader scope on this of why this matters, why this has received attention from the Trump administration, attention from immigration rights advocates around the country. And I was thinking, Brian, as we were starting all of our prep for this over the last few weeks and everything, about some of the other major trials that we have covered and how different this is than others. First of all, because of the video elements, right? You go back to the Waukesha Christmas Parade, Sade Robinson, the trial of Maxwell Anderson. The only one that I could kind of think in terms of, again, we were able to view it, but in terms of the political spotlight, the national spotlight, was the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. You ended up with so many people on both sides of the political aisle so fired up about that case specifically, and it seems similar for this one.
What I think is interesting, you talk about that ability to watch. You think of like whether it was Rittenhouse, whether it was Sade Robinson, it's like a court TV thing. The Waukesha Christmas Parade, Darrell Brooks, people were greeting each other online every day on our Fox 6 YouTube channels. They would come in to watch the testimony, and they were familiar with other watchers who were making comments. They'd say good morning, and did you get your cup of coffee, whatever it is. So I think people really like to be able to see it for themselves. We can't do that here, so we're going to do the best we can to tell you about it. And sometimes I struggle, Carl, with where to begin here. Because you have the background of this, the sort of political background, but there's a case that really doesn't have anything to do with politics in terms of what the facts will be in terms of whether or not Judge Dugan is found guilty or not guilty.
Why don't we start with that? Because we, again, have a long time to go here. We'll be here until 4 o'clock this afternoon. So as Brian said, put us on in the background. If you're at work, if you're at home, we will be here with you and have plenty of time to dive into the nuances of this case and all the different major players. But let's start with the actual trial, which began today. And I believe we have our Ted Perry standing by now. We have had opening statements. We even started the day, Ted, with an issue for that 14-member jury panel that I want you to detail as well for us. But since we can't actually hear it, we're just seeing the same updates that you're seeing, but you have actually been in that courtroom. You've been listening to some things this morning. Set the stage for us. How has this been so far, just about 3 hours in?
I want to be totally accurate about where I am watching this trial. I'm not in the courtroom. I am down the hall in the overflow room. It's one of the 2 rooms that you can watch a closed circuit feed. The other is the media workroom. That's a floor above. That's where our Bill Miston is watching, and one of our associate producers who's live blogging, right? So that's on the 4th floor. On the 3rd floor is Judge Edelman's courtroom itself, and down the hall is that overflow room, which is open to both the media and the public. So you guys talk about watching a trial. There are people who want to watch this trial, and that room was packed for opening statements. For the first witness, which I'll get to in a little bit, more technical, more of a layout of the design of the courtroom, not as fascinating, but this is the government setting up its case as to where she sent Eduardo Flores-Ruiz on that day, according to them. Now, this is not a televised trial, guys.
Can I just interrupt for a moment? I just want to say something because it stands out to me as you're talking. And maybe tell me if I'm reading this wrong. It sounds like maybe your voice is struggling a little bit. I know colds are going around. I know illness is going around. And that has already played into what's happening with this case today. Is that right?
Well, we're a juror down. They started with 14. 1 called in sick today. It's not like you can call in sick on Monday and come back and join the jury poll on Tuesday. So they're down to 13. That means 1 alternate. So yes, I apologize for my voice. The 1 juror called in sick, so he or she is out. We don't know specifically which one did call out. But both sides say they're ready to proceed with 13 jurors, which means there's just 1 alternate. So,
and there was some debate about that too, Ted, right? Didn't both sides, the government and the defense team, had to discuss, okay, do we want to delay this and start things tomorrow, try to wait for that juror, or do we just, okay, this is day 1, let's get moving?
In the end, the judge wants this, and in another week of any other week of the year, you could probably do it. But guys, what's next week, right? We're already looking at Christmas Eve. Yeah, so this is going to be a 4, maybe a 5-day trial. You can't start it. You can't really delay it much. So both sides have said, in spirit of the state motto, which is carved in the mahogany above Judge Edelman's bench, forward. Let's move forward.
It's kind of a roll of the dice, though, right? Because, and I'm sorry to keep interrupting this, but I think it does feel like a roll of the dice with 1 alternate and sickness going around the way it is. I have 2 kids at home right now that are sick. Young adults that are very sick.
We're going to move on the farther side of this desk there from you,
The point being that if they lose 1 more, there's no more alternates. If they lose 2, they got to do this whole thing again. So they are rolling a bit of the dice here.
I'm sure there are a lot of Hall's mentholyptus in the jury room, guys. So I don't know exactly how they're going to try to prevent this.
All right, don't let me interrupt you anymore. Continue with your thought.
Yeah, no, it's okay. You're sort of like an attorney. I object. Okay,
You're badgering the witness here, Brian.
We talk about Yeah, you're badgering the witness a little bit. So we say there's no cameras in the courtroom. That doesn't mean there aren't any sound bites coming from this thing, and I want to talk about a couple of them right now. One, the opening prosecution, the government, Keith Alexander making their case, and a couple of things he did underline and underscore. One, he points out the robe the defendant wore in the public hallway did not put her above the law. And they're going to make quite a big deal out of Judge Hannah Dugan wearing her robe in the public area. That is very unusual. Another statement that was made today, get out. Keith Alexander stressing that point, that this was what Judge Dugan allegedly told the number of ICE and EO and CBP officials who are all there. There were 6 in total. She accounted for 5 of them. The government pointed out there was a 6th agent sitting on the floor outside the chief judge's office that she didn't notice. But he kept saying this to the jurors. Was this business as usual? And he sets up the stage for Dugan coming up with a plan on the spur of the moment to get the defendant, Eduardo Flores-Ruiz, out of the building. I'll get the heat. Those are the sound bites, if you will, from Dugan. Now, the defense is coming back and saying, look, a couple of things. There's no intent to prevent discovery, and there are 2 charges against Dugan, keep that in mind. And there's no corrupt intent, no actual obstruction. To which the government already said in their opening statements, that doesn't matter. It does not matter that Flores-Ruiz was caught just outside the courthouse as he tried to run away. That doesn't matter. The intent, they're saying, is that she tried to help.
Well, Senator, if I could,
government is making a case.
If I could offer one thing, because I realized we started this whole coverage thing without really giving a basic background. And let me do that very quickly for those who are tuning in and go, I don't know anything about this case. This is a Milwaukee County judge who heard that ICE agents were in the hallway outside of her courtroom. She had an undocumented immigrant who was there for misdemeanor battery charges. She goes out into the hallway, tells these ICE agents there's video of her telling a couple of the ICE agents, you need to go to the chief judge's office and deal with this there. Which
we'll do a lot with location and geography of that 6th floor, but that chief judge's office is mere feet down the hallway.
Right next to her courtroom. Ultimately, after directing the ICE agents into that chief judge's office, she goes back in to her courtroom, tells Eduardo Flores-Ruiz, who you just saw coming out of that door, this client, reschedule your case, get a new date, and go out this private hallway, and then he ends up being caught. The reason I bring this up is you talked about the fact that he ultimately was caught, and he was outside the courthouse where agents were able to track him down on foot. He ran, they caught up with him. Part of the government's case here is you attempted to conceal this person. Doesn't matter that he ultimately got arrested. And I think about it, this sort of analogy, if you run from the police at a traffic stop and they catch you, you are still charged with eluding the police. It doesn't matter that you didn't get away. And that's kind of what the government's saying here, right? They're saying that it doesn't matter that he still got caught. You tried to help him get away.
Right, and so they underscored that point as they went first, but the defense coming back to say, look, there was no intent to prevent discovery. There was no corrupt intent to actually show obstruction. So that's what the jurors are going to have to decide, and both of those sides are going to make their case as we go forward. But the government opening up their case with a much longer opening statement than Stephen Biskupik, who is the lead attorney for Judge Dugan, making the point that Dugan went, when she found out there were ICE agents there from her law clerk, court reporter, I should say, went and grabbed Judge Severa, who was next door, motioned to her. She was already on her bench to come out into the hallway to talk to the ICE agents. She sent Severa down the hallway to Chief Judge Ashley's agents. She said to these ICE agents, and I'm using ICE as a general term here because we got about 4 or 5 different
FBI's involved
jurisdictions
here,
here
Border
all coming
Protection,
together.
DEA.
Yes, FBI, right. So I'm going to use that. I'm going to use that federal agents as a very broad term for these 5 or 6 agents who were in that hallway. Severa took them down. He's going to call Severa as a witness because he told jurors today Surveyor's going to tell you she was very uncomfortable being a part of that, very uncomfortable being taken off the bench. She started to take off her robe to go out into the hallway, and the government alleges that Dugan said, no, leave your robe on, almost has a intimidating effect to say, hey, we're the judge, we're out here in the hallway, just so you know, we are judges.
Ted, that stood out to me, just to hit that point too, while you're bringing that to our attention here this morning, because I'm trying to think about all of this from the standpoint of our viewers, right, who are going to be very similar to those jurors, now 13, not 14. We don't necessarily have law degrees. We don't necessarily know the ins and outs of county court versus federal court, where they are, versus a normal day in a setting that for most people who are going to a courthouse is not normal. But for the judges it is, for the staff there it is. And in that opening, it was that quote that you said as well, it was no longer business as usual. It was no longer a routine day. And those robes specifically already coming out in that opening statement.
And the fact that Dugan goes back into her courtroom through the public entrance, not around out through her chambers, back through the entrance as if to make a beeline as quickly as she possibly can back to her
ironically
bench.
Not using the door and hallway that Eduardo Flores-Ruiz would use moments later.
Correct. The point the government's trying to make is that she was trying to speed up this process. 2 minutes and 49 seconds. They made a big deal about that time frame. 2 minutes and 49 seconds. That's the time period from which she first talked to the agents in the hallway and then had the defendant leave out that hallway that is usually just for jurors outside that door. The government, I should say the defense is saying, yeah, that's not that big of a deal. She had 30 cases. It was Good Friday. She wanted to be out the door by noon for church services to begin the Easter weekend. She had 30 cases on her docket that day. It is not unusual for attorneys to jockey for position and say, I got a case in Madison, I got to go, I got to do this. So that the defense,
except if I understand correctly,
that's business as usual.
That may be the defense's case, but what seems to work against them here is that there were victims in the courtroom waiting for this to take place, and instead of calling the case and doing whatever was scheduled, she says, just get a new date and we'll do it over Zoom. So if the argument is, well, sometimes people go first and we got to move them quickly, then why did she tell them to come back another day?
The defense has not addressed that yet. This is just their opening statements where they're trying to, both sides are trying to outlay their case here. You're getting into some very good points, and you're getting into the minutia a little bit of this that isn't going to come out in the opening statements. I see where you're going, and you're absolutely right. The prosecution did bring up that case. They said, look, we had 3 defendants here, or not 3 defendants, we had 3 victims here who wanted justice that day, and they were denied justice because Eduardo Flores-Ruiz was ushered out the building. Ushered out by his attorney, ushered up by the judge. Well, that's what we're going to have to decide here.
Ted, there's a really interesting point I want to bring up that we've already heard from the defense's side of it. We're kind of laying out a lot of what we heard from the prosecution in their opening statements, but when it comes to the defense, it does tie into this larger issue of ICE enforcement and immigration arrests at courthouses. I believe we have to take a short break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, just 2 minutes. We'll be right back with that because I think it was really important to get a sense for how the defense will lay this out. Can you stick around for us for a couple minutes and get into that on the other side?
You bet I can, of course.
Awesome. And we just heard, by the way, that the jury, the case has broken for lunch at this point. So 12:10, that lunch break happened. So they're on a break now. It's a good time for us to kind of regroup and get back to it after this.
Sounds good.
So 2 minutes. We'll be right back here with Ted Perry breaking down the trial of Judge Hannah Dugan underway as of this morning. Welcome back to our special coverage, Judge on Trial, here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Brian Polson, Carl Deffenbaugh. We'll bring back Ted Perry momentarily as well, as we will be here with you every day, noon to 4, during the run of the trial of Milwaukee County Judge Hannah Dugan, facing federal charges when it comes to the actions of April 18th of 2025. And as we mentioned, this has become such a flashpoint, is a perfect term that you used there, Brian, for the larger immigration debate in this country and the change in policies for how federal agents have conducted arrests at places like courthouses, like churches, schools, things like that, since the beginning of the second Trump administration. We'll get into some of the details of that throughout this run. But if Ted's still with us, I wanted to ask you, Ted, a question that I kind of teased there before we went to break. As the defense is laying out its opening statements, and both of those from both the prosecution and the defense meant to kind of give us a roadmap for what they will present over the coming days and weeks with their witnesses, the defense brought up this larger issue, though, and brought up specifically how courthouses around the country and the questions in Milwaukee County specifically were being handled in the weeks, in the months leading up to that April incident. So what did they kind of begin to explain about the confusion, the disagreement perhaps, the unknowns for a judge like Hannah Dugan when it comes to how to handle when ICE agents show up outside of your courtroom?
I'll quote Stephen Biskupik specifically with that. Anger, confusion, even paranoia. That was the feeling among the judges on how ICE agents would be handled in the courtroom. Does this mean Milwaukee County is cooperating with ICE? One of them wanted to know. They were waiting for Judge Carl Ashley to issue a policy, an edict, if you will, and the closest thing they had was go talk to the judge or the court administrator, which is why the defense says Judge Dugan sent with Judge Severa those federal agents down to talk to the chief judge. The prosecution is saying she did that, in essence, to create a diversion, enough time to get the defendant out of the building. But yes, there is a lack of policy. It has changed, and Jason Calvi has done an excellent job of explaining this from administration to administration. You got to remember the time frame here. The second Trump term had just started a few months prior. This was April 18th when all this happened. It was in the end of January that the Trump administration began its second term and changed the policy. The first witness we heard from today, the FBI agent, was asked, is a courtroom, a courthouse, a good place to make an arrest? And she said yes. Why? It's secure. Anyone coming through, including in this case, and there's video of him coming through security, Eduardo Flores-Ruiz, anyone coming into the courthouse has to be screened for weapons of any sort. So it's a safer place for agents to make the arrest. They make no bones about it. They were there to arrest him. They had a warrant. We'll get to the warrants, too, specifically here, because there are two different types, as the defense is pointing out to jurors today, administrative and judicial. And how much did Dugan have to cooperate with that warrant? So that is going to be a key part going forward. But yes, the point the defense is trying to make here was, what's the policy? How are we supposed to handle ICE? She had just found out a few moments before that there were ICE agents in the building. Where do they go from there?
That's a good point there, Ted. And one other thing I wanted to mention, too. You know what? Why don't we let you go? You've done a great job already. We want to save this voice for a few more hours here on the Wisconsin Live Desk.
And a few more days.
Guys, yes. I'm here for you, so you tell me how much you need me. That's fine.
No, we'll let you rest. The jurors
I know I sound like Brenda Vaccaro, but I'm fine. It's not hurting, so keep talking.
And it's content like that you can expect over the next 4 days or so here on the Live Desk. Ted, we'll let you get a break. It is a lunch break for the jurors as well, so we'll take advantage of this to kind of reset and get people up to speed. We mentioned our different team. Bill Miston is the one who's providing so much of the detail inside of the courtroom. He has pages and pages already, but this is Bill, if you know him, as we do here at the station. Court security officers were seen carrying boxes of Jimmy Johns in the hallway and entering the jury room.
That's the kind of content
the level
we're
of
here
detail.
for. That's what we want to know. What's really going on inside? I want to talk about something Ted was just referencing there, and you were as well, which is the changing guidance over the years throughout various administrations, because it is the scene, the context within which all of this is happening and why it became such a big case that even the Trump administration was making direct comments about.
FBI Director Kash Patel, as you mentioned, posted on X that photo of Hannah Dugan leaving the courthouse in handcuffs. Pam Bondi and the
I think I said Attorney General earlier, didn't I? FBI Director. Thank you.
We got you. We got you. We're here for each other.
So, if you go back to 2018, this was the first Trump administration, and at the time, there really had, actually, let's go back a little bit
I was going to say, I watched your story, Brian, so kudos to you. It goes back to the Obama administration.
Obama administration, 2011, there was some guidance that was issued, and I don't know if you guys want to take my computer screen, because I've got that guidance document up right now. This was October 24th of 2011, and if you can't take it, that's okay, I'll describe. It was an FBI, or I'm sorry, a U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement memo to field office directors. You can see it right there. This is the subject line there near the top is enforcement actions at or focused on sensitive locations. So this was a document about what should the policy be here as far as when to arrest people for immigration violations and where, and what are some areas.
What year was this again?
This was 2011. So this is during the first Obama term. And what they set up in this document is there are sensitive locations where, unless it's really absolutely necessary, there's really no great call to be making arrests at schools or hospitals, churches, synagogues, mosques, or other institutions of worship, funerals or weddings.
I thought that was interesting.
And then during public demonstrations, such as a march or a rally. And the reason behind that was, if you have people here who you want, maybe someone, there's concern that maybe if ICE gets involved, if the kids go to school and I'm dropping you off at school and ICE is there, well, maybe I just won't take you to school. Well, we want kids to go to school.
Right.
We want you to be safe to worship. We want you to be able to go to a funeral or a wedding without those kinds of days being interrupted, or to be able to express rights by demonstrating in the streets. So the Obama administration said, let's not have those kinds of enforcement actions at these sensitive locations unless absolutely necessary.
Specifically, though, and I thought this was really interesting in the story that you did in the lead up to this, courthouses, why we're here today, not mentioned.
It was not mentioned, although between 2011 and 2018, there had been sort of in some debate over this, but in some circles it was accepted that, well, they kind of meant courthouses too. Well, they never said courthouses. There was no directive. So it was 2018 when actually the Trump administration, in the first Trump administration, first time he was in office, Trump 45, issued another document. If you pull that one up, this one is in 2018. It was entitled Civil Immigration Enforcement Actions Inside Courthouses. So it was finally addressed what is the policy inside courthouses. And at that time, there was still, the guidance was essentially not don't do it, but
the pull court that I noted was operationally necessary.
When it's operationally necessary. So it opened the door to doing courthouse arrests. And there were people at the time who were saying, and I think you heard from organizations like ACLU and others saying there's been a huge spike in these arrests at courthouses. Now, what a huge spike means in terms of numbers, it was still a very small drop in the bucket of all immigration arrests. But this was now, you were seeing arrests happen in the courthouse maybe for the first time.
And the reason, as you mentioned with some of those other events, you know, churches, schools, hospitals, things like that, the reason the courthouses have become that kind of gray area is because of our legal system, right? They didn't want, a lot of folks when it comes to judges, prosecutors, defense, all sides to some degree of the legal system, we're saying, okay, if we're putting fear into some people that this could happen in the courthouse, a victim is not going to come forward.
Witnesses
don't
domestic
show
up.
abuse, witnesses. Right. So the legal system is kind of chipped away if we can't get the full picture, the full testimony from people who end up not showing up to court.
Well, and it's hard to separate sometimes. Is that maybe a judge or a court staff member? Are these coming from, if these are in large urban areas where a lot of these cases happen, is the politics of these individuals coming out, or is it simply a conflict between federal and local courts, or federal policy and local policy, and saying, hey, we have our job to do, stay out of our courthouse for yours? Whatever the case may be, it was controversial. Yeah. And that was 2018. But it still didn't really ramp up to where we are now. 2021, it's now Joe Biden is the president.
So we keep flip-flopping.
The Biden administration takes things back a little bit. And the Biden administration then in 2021, let me pull up this document. This was in April of 2021, civil immigration enforcement actions in or near courthouses, same as the Trump administration subject line. And here they set aside not the sensitive locations. They used something different. They called them, what was it?
Limited circumstances was, again, the kind of catch-all term for when these arrests could happen.
I'm looking for the term they used again, and it's escaped
for the
me for the
actual
moment.
Locations here. Yeah.
Let's see. I had it in front of me, and now I have. In any case, instead of here, this is live TV, so I'm gonna read. I'm gonna
not even TV. It's a live desk.
Okay. So civil immigration enforcement action may be taken in or near a courthouse if it involves a national security threat, an imminent risk of death, violence, or physical harm to any person, hot pursuit of an individual who possesses or poses a threat to public safety, or there's an imminent risk of destruction of evidence material to a criminal case. But absent that,
so possible, but still rather extreme situations
right,
where those would happen.
Effectively, they said otherwise the courthouse is off limits. And finally, we get to 2025. President Trump, for the second time, is in office, and his ICE guidance essentially gets rid of all of these protected spaces. There are no more sensitive locations.
Almost immediate, too. Day one in office, I believe, January 21st,
one of the first
after the
acts
inauguration.
as President number 47. The Trump administration issues guidance saying now that they can, in fact, do these courthouse actions, and they use the term targeted aliens, actions against targeted aliens. That's a quote from the policy. In the case of national security threats, people with criminal convictions, gang members, those who've been ordered removed from the United States but have failed to depart, or who have re-entered the country illegally after being removed. And that is the line, that is the bullet point that brings us right back to Eduardo Flores-Ruiz, because we know that he had been ordered to leave and had been deported in 2013 when he was only 18 years old.
Perfect person to bring in right now to kind of break this down a little further. That would be our political reporter, Jason Calvi, who, like Brian, has been so involved in our prep for this trial and doing so much of the reporting on how we got here, who the different players are. Jason, where are you joining us from? Because I think that's a very familiar looking hallway behind you.
Yeah, this is exactly where this whole story originated. April 18th, right outside of Judge Hannah Dugan's courtroom here in the Milwaukee County Courthouse. As we were talking earlier, we can't have our cameras in the federal courthouse, but where the allegations took place here in the county courthouse, yes, we can have our cameras, which is why we're showing you this hallway today.
Jason, let me ask you this, because you've heard a little bit of our discussion here, the back and forth of policy at the federal level and the different administrations' wording on things. Do you want to comment on that, or do you want to get specifically to what was or was not the policy for the Milwaukee County Courthouse?
I can talk about anything. Go ahead, shoot. Whatever the questions are, go ahead.
You and Jason have a way of doing this for a long time, right?
You know what? We got a lot of experience here on the
Wisconsin
Wisconsin Live Desk each and every afternoon. Why don't you start with that? Your thoughts on what Brian was just discussing there about the back and forth and kind of how that set the stage for what happened in April with the changes in policies depending who was in the White House at the time.
Right, I think Brian laid it out expertly there that there was a change. I mean, elections have consequences. We always talk about that in our election coverage, that who you vote really does matter for these policies, whatever the policy may be, whether it's taxes or funding of schools or what have you. Those major issues on the hearts and minds of voters take place every time you vote. And as you saw with what Brian laid out for the Biden administration under President Joe Biden, there were allowances for courthouse arrests, but they were a high bar. And with the Trump administration, there was this promise that President Trump made in his inauguration speech where he said they were going to really crack down on what he calls illegal immigration and deport people back to their home countries. You're seeing that those policies take place under President Trump, where now the bar for when exactly those courthouse arrests can take place, the bar is lower under the Trump administration. And so they allow for more courthouse arrests. And that was all playing out in this courtroom, in this courthouse, I should say, in April. There were 2 arrests that took place before this situation outside of Judge Hannah Dugan's courtroom on April 18th. That was sort of the third instance where ICE agents were known to have come to the courthouse to make an arrest. They talked with security, they talked with the deputy inside of Judge Hannah Dugan's courtroom on April 18th, and they said they're here to make an arrest, and the deputy said, is that going to take place outside of the courtroom? And again and again, they said it was going to take place outside of the courtroom. So this hallway right here where all that took place on April 18th.
Let me ask you this, Jason, too, because again, if folks are just joining us, the trial is happening. Started this morning with opening statements. We're starting to get an idea of how the government is going to lay out its case against Judge Hannah Dugan, while the defense is also giving us some glimmers as well. And especially on the defense, we heard a lot about this topic this morning, Jason, when it comes to the, as Ted gave us that quote, I believe it was the anger, confusion, and paranoia from judges at the Milwaukee County Courthouse. So from your reporting as well, what was the atmosphere like at the courthouse while arrests had started to happen, while judges were trying to get some firmer policy from Chief Judge Carl Ashley about how things would operate inside that big building downtown?
Yeah, exactly. What should be the policy? What should judges and clerks and transcriptionists and deputies, what should be their interactions with those federal agents? Because again, it happened twice before Eduardo Flores-Ruiz showed up to this courtroom on April 18th, twice in a span of weeks where federal agents made courthouse arrests in this Milwaukee County courthouse. And so it was on the minds of a lot of people, what should be the policy? And it all really came to a head on April 18th when outside of Judge Hannah Dugan's courtroom, there were waiting federal agents, as you mentioned, from ICE, from the FBI, from Drug Enforcement Agency, as well as from Customs and Border Patrol. Several federal agencies coming here to make the arrests of Eduardo Flores-Ruiz, who was inside Judge Hannah Dugan's courtroom because he was charged with domestic abuse for beating up his roommates.
Jason, I want to bring something up here because I think it's really interesting. You talked about how they were planning to arrest Eduardo Flores-Ruiz in the public hallway, not in, like they weren't coming into the courtroom. That's Hannah Dugan's courtroom. That's her jurisdiction there. They were waiting in the hallway. They communicated their intent to, I think it was the bailiff or to the clerk. But if I look at that Trump policy from January of this year, it actually says under procedures, I just think this is so fascinating when you think of how this case played out, that civil immigration enforcement actions in or near courthouses should, to the extent practicable, continue to take place in non-public areas of the courthouse, be conducted in collaboration with court security staff, and utilize the court building's non-public entrances and exits. It says that essentially they should be doing this discreetly to minimize the impact on court proceedings. So if they were working together as the policy outlines, then they would show up and say, we're planning to do this. Okay, when he's done, we'll direct him out to that private hallway that he ultimately was directed to, and you can make the arrest in there, and the public never even has to see this. But what they got was the opposite, which was not cooperation. Now, again, we understand that there's some concern that it sounds like judges had that, what, are we helping ICE now? Is that what we're doing here? And they're waiting for direction from the chief judge. I just think it's interesting that the policy from the federal government was, let's do this in the private areas. And in fact, they were told, no, you can, if anything, do it in the public area. And then ultimately it didn't happen, almost didn't happen at all.
This might be a good time
and according to the criminal
ahead,
complaint, yeah, we've got a delay, guys. Everybody listening at home, we've got a couple-second delay. So every time they talk, I hear it 2 seconds later, and then I talk, and they hear it 2. So there's going to be some kind of tiptoeing, some dancing.
It's okay,
that we
Jason,
have to do
because
with the
as you hear
here.
me on delay now, you'll understand. I didn't really ask you a question. I did the journalist thing where I commented on something. I didn't even ask you anything. So that's completely on me. But anyway, based on what I said, take the next step, Jason.
Okay, so you had mentioned this kind of discrepancy between the Trump administration policy that said, let make those arrests take place in private areas of the courthouse, when the criminal complaint alleges that those federal agents, that Judge Dugan told those federal agents from those agencies I just mentioned, they told them, according to the criminal complaint, she told them to go talk to the chief judge. His office is right here. It's actually down the double doors here that you see, and then there's 25 feet small hallway, and then another door, and then a reception desk, and an unauthorized, blockage. There's a reception desk you can't get through if you don't have public, business with them down there. So that's the chief judge's office down that small hallway there, right next to Judge Dugan's office. And according to the criminal complaint, she told those federal agents to go talk to the chief judge. And they got him on the phone. He wasn't in his office that day, according to the complaint. And the chief judge laid out that he was working on a policy for judges and for other courtroom staff for how exactly they should handle ICE agents, where the ICE agents should be able to, in the courthouse, safely arrest someone. So he was laying out that policy according to the complaint. And there was a discussion about where and when the arrest could take place. According to the complaint, the chief judge said that shouldn't happen in the private areas, definitely shouldn't happen in the courtrooms. But then they asked, so what about the public hallway? And according to the criminal complaint, the chief judge indicated that the hallways were public areas.
And so we're still waiting on that policy,
this is going to be laid out
way, too,
in that policy. And here we are 7 months later, and that policy, which was a draft being worked on back in April when we talked with the chief judge, it's still a draft right now. 7 months later, here we are in December.
Jason, we have to take a quick break here on the live desk, but while we have you and while we have those images, kind of scene setting for our viewers who may not be as familiar, can you just show us really quickly, so you are standing in front of the main doors to Judge Hannah Dugan's courtroom. Take us to your left to that other door and that hallway behind it that will be so pivotal in this trial.
Yeah. Carl, let me get the camera off of the tripod here.
Sorry, doesn't need to be anything, guys. Doesn't need to be anything formal. Just a quick focal point would be good.
We got, okay, so Judge Hannah Dugan's courtroom here. This is the public doors. This is where you would normally enter or exit her courtroom. According to the prosecutors and according to surveillance video, Eduardo Flores-Ruiz came out of this door. Look at this, court staff only. So this doorway right here is, I can't access it.
Okay.
I have to have a key card.
I got to say this though, Jason, because if you look at that, you took like 4 steps, right? So as a viewer who doesn't know, and we're going to talk about this in a little bit. We're going to show you something that's inside that hallway that is really key to the government's case.
We do have to take a quick break here.
You look at that and you think, well, it's only 4 steps away. What was the big deal? What's the big difference? We're going to talk about that after this break. We'll talk more to Jason after this.
It's the Wisconsin Live Desk on this Monday afternoon, back with our special coverage, Judge on Trial. And the opening statements have already happened this morning. The trial has begun for Judge Hannah Dugan, who faces 2 different counts. We're going to rejoin Jason Calvi just momentarily, but we were chatting in the commercial break there. We want you to be as involved as you want to be with this. We'll be here each and every day, noon to 4, bringing you as much as we can from inside the courtroom through our team of reporters telling us what's happening, because, again, there's no audio or video recording allowed inside that federal courtroom in downtown Milwaukee. But if you have questions about this, if you have anything you want to reach out to us about, please do it. And we've already gotten some great viewer questions just in the lead up to the trial beginning today. Wanted to hit a couple of those there, as I believe we also have a QR code that if you scan that, that's how you can best submit your question. Brian, you bring up the good point. We've gotten a few blank responses.
Yeah, people are giving us their names and email addresses and everything. You're clearly interested, but then left the question part blank. So make sure you ask us a question.
Because we've gotten a few of those. But But the ones that actually have gotten through so far, including Bridget in Milwaukee, what is the racial and gender makeup of the jurors? Well, we knew after jury selection last week, 14 people in total. It was 9 men, 5 women. Appeared that all 14 were white or Caucasian to the best of our knowledge.
They don't ask race as a part of the voir dire, the questioning of jurors. So we were doing that based on just observation.
So 14 going into the day, and then of course the news right off the bat this morning before the opening statements even began that one of the jurors was homesick, unable to come to court today. So we're already down to 13. We're not sure if that was one of the 9 men or the 5 women. One of the other questions, Jerry in Kenosha, will this trial be televised, and who is the federal prosecutor? So no to the television part of it, no recordings.
Other than our analysis and descriptions right here,
the federal prosecutor, actually this is something I want to get into with Julius Kim, our legal expert, who'll be joining us around 1:30 today, so stick around to that. There is quite an interesting makeup and history between the different attorneys on both sides in this trial.
Well, I know on the defense side, you actually have a former federal prosecutor in Stephen Biskupic, former U.S. attorney.
Would have been in that courtroom on the other side.
He would have been the one making these arguments. So if there's anybody better to counter a U.S. attorney's argument, it's him, but the government side as well.
Well, I would just think that's interesting. I want to ask Julius because Biskupic appointed the 3 people who he's now going against in this trial. So some interesting
the mentor and the proteges
head
to head.
We'll see what happens.
In court.
Since we have Jason still standing by, we want to get you back to, again, the logistics of this can get confusing. This is a federal trial that is happening in the U.S. courthouse downtown Milwaukee on Wisconsin Avenue. About a mile and a half away to the west, about a 7-minute drive, is the Milwaukee County Courthouse, that massive building you see from the interstate driving through downtown. And this hallway where Jason is right now, that 6th floor of the county courthouse, is where all of this started back in April of this year with Eduardo Flores-Ruiz, a man who was in the country, an undocumented man in the country illegally after he had been deported years before and re-entered the U.S., was awaiting a trial, a hearing on a separate battery charge, 3 of them, in fact, that he faced for an incident allegedly with his roommates from earlier that year. But ICE agents and other federal agents
you
show
see a
up
couple
at the
of them right
courtroom.
there.
Yep, those plainclothes folks that Judge Hannah Dugan was talking to there. There is Eduardo Flores-Ruiz leaving that door. And it's the layout and logistics that's going to be so pivotal to this trial. So if Jason's still there, let's bring him back because, Brian, you started to tee up a great question to him right before we went to break there.
Well, it was the question because we had you show us where Judge Dugan's courtroom is, which is right behind you, and then that door to that non-public hallway that Eduardo Flores-Ruiz actually came out of, which is just a few steps away. So if you're thinking about getting away from ICE agents, you go, well, that's basically the same spot. What's the difference? So why did he end up coming out that doorway, and why was that significant?
Well, let's orient everybody listening at home. Thanks for joining us here on the live desk. So we've got the main entrance here for Judge Dugan's courtroom. Then you've got Chief Judge Carl Ashley's office down a hallway here, this double set of doors, and there's another door, a reception desk that you can't get through unless you have an appointment or the like to go talk with the Chief Judge. According to prosecutors, Judge Hannah Dugan sent the federal agents from ICE, FBI, DEA, as well as Customs and Border Patrol, sent those agents, federal agents, to talk to the Chief Judge. And while they were talking with the Chief Judge or went to the Chief Judge's office, according to prosecutors, Judge Dugan went back into her courtroom and then escorted Eduardo Flores-Ruiz and his public defender through a non-public hallway, which is on the other side of this door. As we mentioned earlier, you have to have a key card to get through. It says right here, jury staff only. It's jury, court staff, jury members, the judges, those kind of people can use this door with their key pass to get through. Or the juror members as well can use that to get to the courtroom. So this is a non-public hallway, and according to prosecutors, she led Eduardo Flores-Ruiz through that hallway. Surveillance video, you can see the cameras are all over the place here at the courthouse, and the surveillance video that we obtained through an open records request shows Eduardo Flores-Ruiz and his public defender exiting this particular door,
but Jason,
getting into the public hallway here, and then walking that way, and then taking a bank of elevators down, leaving the building, leaving the courthouse. One agent was still here in the courtroom. All of the agents were in plain clothes, so they weren't dressed in uniforms or the like. They were in plain clothes, as you'll see from the surveillance video. And one of those agents didn't end up going to the Chief Judge's office, stayed in this hallway, and was able to follow them to that bank of elevators, got into the elevator with them, And the criminal complaint says then after Eduardo Flores-Ruiz left the courthouse, they called his name and they chased him onto the streets of Milwaukee outside of the courthouse.
Jason, you're standing right now actually in front of a different door, which is the doorway to a stairwell. That goes to the 5th floor. If you go out that doorway, you can go. It's a public hallway, right? You can go to there's a stairwell. But if you also now look to your left, right? No, that's the stairs. But now turn around the other side. There's another door there. Wait, photographer, if you can turn.
This is where the 2-second delay really comes into play.
That door goes into that private hallway or that non-public hallway. The government said, and they said in testimony or in opening statements this morning, that is the door that they believe Judge Dugan expected Eduardo Flores-Ruiz and his attorney to take so that they could go down the stairs.
Intended him to take. Yeah.
The government says that she intended him to take the route that Jason is taking right now. That would have led him down to the 5th floor, and Jason, it does that. There's no agents down there.
While 6 federal agents are still on the 6th floor.
Right.
Right, so this is what you're going to hear brought up in court, is this public stairwell, which, by the way, look at that. They don't make stairs like this anymore, but this is in the Milwaukee County Courthouse. The camera's up on the 6th floor. I'm down here on the 5th floor. And leaving, if the camera can pan back to that doorway there, that is the hallway. Through that doorway, there's that hallway, that non-public hallway that Judge Hannah Dugan, the criminal complaint says, escorted the defendant and his public defender to the non-public hallway. That non-public hallway has 2 doorways. This is the first doorway, which leads to this stairway, which takes you down to the 5th floor. Eduardo Flores-Ruiz did not use this doorway, nor did he use these steps. Instead, he exited the second doorway that exits through that non-public hallway, which got him back to the main floor, to the public hallway outside of Judge Dugan's office, like you said, 5, 6, 7 feet away from the main entrance of that hallway, and then was able to leave through the public elevator. One of the agents did follow him on that elevator, and then there was a chase outside. According to prosecutors, they chased Eduardo Flores outside of the courthouse.
And already we have heard that layout of the county courthouse come up on both sides. You mentioned it, Brian. The defense, in their opening statements this morning, pointed to, look, it's right there. He appeared
like 15 feet.
Like less than 12 feet, I believe is the measurement there. And he was caught right away, while the government is arguing, first of all, the success of that capture does not play into this at all, the charges that she faces specifically, but more it's the intent of what they say, again, on the government side, she meant Eduardo Flores-Ruiz and his attorney to do.
And I think that's what this case is going to come down to, is proving, did Hannah Dugan intend for him to escape by going down those stairs or not? And if not, then why was she having him go out the back jury door at all? Because it doesn't really make sense to come right back out into the hallway if she wasn't trying to make a getaway.
Jason,
that's the argument.
2 other people I want to bring up here in some of the surveillance video that we've shown. We've done a lot with Hannah Dugan, a lot with Eduardo Flores-Ruiz, 2 of the main characters here. His attorney, a public defender, had only been a public defender for less than a month. Tell us about her, because she is one of the witnesses we will probably hear on the witness stand this week. And it's like the familiarity with the courthouse complex that might come into play there, right?
Potentially. Definitely, potentially she was in that courtroom to represent Eduardo Flores-Ruiz. And I asked a district attorney today, I said, is it typical that people that are alleged to be in the country illegally will have a public defender paid for by tax money? Because that was one of the questions we got in the QR code. And I do have an answer for that as well. And the answer is yes. If somebody's charged criminally and they can't afford a public defender, they have the right, they will get a public defender to represent them, which is the case here with Eduardo Flores-Ruiz, where he had a public defender who's captured on that video. That was another question on the QR code, is that lady that was in the video, who is it, and will she face charges? And the answer is it was the public defender, at least at the time of this criminal matter, this
actually,
hearing
Jason,
in
I do
April,
believe the question,
April 18th.
I do believe the question you referred to, somebody was asking about the other judge.
So in that surveillance video, there's 2
No,
women
there's
in
a separate
robes.
there's a separate question on the QR code that asked about the woman who left. If you guys can pull up the QR code, it does have her name. I believe she might it has her name there. I'd like to read her question if we can.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It asked about the woman leaving with Eduardo Flores-Ruiz.
Well, so the one that I'm looking at, I think, is the one that I think is good to bring up, that Brian pointed up as well. Heather in Burlington says, any charges for the woman you see standing in the hallway with the judge in the black robe also.
Okay.
So the two in the black robe there in the surveillance video we're now showing our viewers, Jason, is Judge Hannah Dugan with the lighter hair with those ICE agents, and then it is Judge Cristela Cervera.
And there are no charges against her, and I do believe she is a key witness in the case for the government, because there are statements in some of the government's filings where they say Judge Cervera felt that it was unusual that she had been called off the bench by Judge Dugan, that she was told to wear her robe. She started to take her robe off, and Judge Dugan said no, according to the government, no, put it back on, and she thought that was strange. She described Judge Dugan as angry, frustrated. So she's going to be, I think, a key witness for the government against Hannah Dugan rather than someone who faces charges.
It again goes back to that line we heard in the opening statements already from U.S. Attorney Keith Alexander, quote, "It was no longer business as usual. It was no longer a routine day." And he specifically referenced the fact that they were seen wearing their robes in a hallway like that. Jason, you once again provide amazing context for us and content here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. You even got a stair workout in this morning. Thank you very much. First of, I'm sure, many.
You guys mentioned.
Well, hang on, Jason, because Delaney's in our ear telling us we're way late on a break. So we're going to take a break. Hold that thought. We're going to come back to you on the other side of 2 minutes. We'll be back with this coverage from the Wisconsin Live Desk of the Hannah Dugan trial right after this.
Man loves a marathon. Welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk here on this Monday afternoon. The trial of Judge Hannah Dugan already underway. We've already addressed some of the great questions you, our viewers, have sent us in the lead up to this. We do want to say, keep them coming. This is only day one, really just half a day in so far. If you have a QR code question, scan it, send it to us. And Brian, we have a pretty interesting thing coming up from you.
We are going to look in just a little bit at an animation we've put together that really shows you what happened here. We'll share that with you in just a bit.
Welcome back. It is 1 o'clock here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We are 1 hour into what will be 4 hours here and 4 hours each day to follow on the Wisconsin Live Desk for the trial of Judge Hannah Dugan. As long as it's going, we are going to be here for you, bringing you inside that courtroom in downtown Milwaukee, because since it is a federal trial, there is no video or audio recordings allowed inside. These are the images that we have gotten. I believe this was jury selection, showing Judge Hannah Dugan in the middle there, and other photos as well that we've received from the court.
Her and her defense team there.
Yep, the full defense team there, and the video of her arrival last week for jury selection. So again, this is all the lead up to this trial that is almost 8 months in the making at the federal courthouse there in downtown Milwaukee for events that took place at the Milwaukee County Courthouse April 18th of 2025. I'm Carl Deffenbaugh alongside Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson. We are here with you through 4 o'clock. I thought this would be a good time to kind of reset, right? We're at the end of a lunch break. The government has just re-entered the courtroom. The jurors had a chance to enjoy their lunch there. Our Bill Miston reporting from the courtroom. It was Jimmy John's for them today. So that's the level of detail we have for you. The different parties are back in the courtroom now. But Brian, how we got here. This starts with charges against Eduardo Flores-Ruiz, a man who was in the country illegally, an undocumented immigrant from Mexico who had lived in the U.S. for more than 10 years, more than a decade at that point, after he had first arrived, you said, as an 18-year-old, and then was...
I don't know when he arrived. I know he was deported in 2013 when he was 18 years old.
Returned to the U.S. at some point and had been in the Milwaukee area working as we believe, in restaurants, food trucks for, again, more than 10 years, until events in March of last year, when he's then charged with 3 different counts of battery for a fight that took place around midnight, apparently involving his roommates.
And somewhere after that happened, you have Immigrations and Customs Enforcement who does some, I don't know if it was DNA fingerprinting or whatever it was. They match. I think it was the fingerprints that were taken in that criminal case, matched it to the database, showing that they knew he was back in the country illegally, and now they were able to match it to someone who had already been ordered to leave the country again.
So all that leads up to April 18th in the morning, and this really plays out over less than an hour inside the Milwaukee County Courthouse. Federal agents show up to arrest Eduardo Flores-Ruiz, not for the battery charges. Those are separate charges that he was facing, but the reason that he was at the courthouse, but to arrest him for being in the country as an undocumented immigrant in that case. And then in Judge Hannah Dugan's courtroom, as we're hearing from both sides this morning, the different interpretation of those events in the opening statements, she becomes aware that federal agents are also at the courthouse that morning.
And I think one of the things we're going to talk about that's going to be key in this case is the type of warrant that the Immigrations and Customs Enforcement agents brought. This was an ICE removal team, so there were 6 members from different federal agencies who had come, and they had with them what's known as a civil warrant, an administrative warrant, meaning they had a warrant within Immigrations and Customs Enforcement that there was cause to remove him from the country.
That term we can't overemphasize, because again, it's already showed up in the opening statements today. The former U.S. attorney, now on the defense team, the lead defender for Hannah Dugan, Stephen Biskupik, brought up the difference for the jurors between an administrative warrant, like you just mentioned, and a judicial warrant. Maybe this is a good time, because I'm sure a lot of people watching at home, just like the jurors, may not be familiar with what those are, what the differences are, and why that matters in this
And I'm
case.
not an attorney. I don't even play one on TV, but I will tell you that an administrative warrant is not signed by a judge. It is within the agency itself. They have made the determination based on whatever facts are in their possession that there is enough cause to have him arrested and then go to a hearing or trial or whatever for being removed from the country. They had that administrative warrant. It's an official document. It is a legal document. It is civil, not criminal. For it to have, there's a higher bar, I guess, for a judicial warrant. A judge signs off on that, and we get the impression in this case, based on what Hannah Dugan is alleged to have said, is that if she had a judicial warrant, or if ICE had a judicial warrant, that would have been enough for her to step aside and say, okay, make your arrest. They say, no, we only have this administrative warrant. And she says, well, you got to go talk to the chief judge.
You said you are not a lawyer. You just play one on TV. You know who is a lawyer? That would be our expert for this trial and for so many others over the years. He's been very kind to us with the time. That would be Julius Kim, now a defense attorney with Kim and Lavoie. Great to have you back with us, Julius. I know you've already been involved in so much of our coverage leading up to this, but welcome to our extended coverage here now that the trial has begun.
Thanks. It's a pleasure to join you guys.
Why don't you take it from right there, since you're the actual person with a law degree here, the difference between an administrative warrant and a judicial one and why that plays into this case?
Yeah, I think Brian hit the nail on the head, actually.
Well done, Brian. All right.
In terms of what the difference is. And an administrative warrant is a warrant that's not signed by a judge per se, but an administrative agency like ICE. And basically, it gives the authority or to those administrative agents to go out and arrest someone. It doesn't quite have the same oomph as a judicial warrant, because a judicial warrant was presumably reviewed by a judge, someone that does have that authority or higher authority. And then a judicial warrant also allows the people that are executing that particular warrant to go into secure places to execute that warrant as well. You can't really do that with an administrative warrant. You can't go into locked places. You can't go into homes if you have an administrative warrant alone. So those are the primary differences. And I think that you guys are right in saying that there was confusion as to what warrants are necessary in order to allow ICE agents to come into the courthouse to arrest people, and because this stuff is technical stuff. And I think even a lot of the circuit court judges who primarily practice in state court, not in federal court where immigration matters are handled, were confused as to the difference between the warrants, but also trying to balance the needs of the community and also making sure that they have an open courthouse. People aren't afraid to come to the courthouse to have their disputes resolved, but also making sure that the federal government has leeway to do what it is authorized to do.
Julius, you talk about the difference between the two. There's that sort of higher bar for a judicial warrant. I know the government has made arguments in some of its filings that, look, an administrative warrant is enough. There was no reason they couldn't use it in the public hallway, and so Judge Dugan had no right to tell them to leave, to get out, whatever it was. But the defense is saying, part of, if I read these filings correctly, the defense is saying, well, it kind of depends on what Judge Dugan knew at the time. She may have been educated since that, yeah, that administrative warrant is fine in the public hallway. It can't get him into your courtroom. But did she know that at the time? And it seems as though their argument is, look, she said, you've got to go take this up with the chief judge. This is out of my purview. Is that kind of what you're reading into this as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was part of the chaos that had existed at that time, and quite honestly, may still exist, because there isn't an official, as far as I know, an official policy in the courthouse in terms of how to deal with ICE agents or federal agents coming into the courthouse to execute arrest warrants on people. And I think that people at the time, including judges, didn't really appreciate the difference between the two types of warrants. Again, the judges have to balance the rights of the citizenry against the ability for federal agents to come into the courthouse and arrest people, which I think everyone will acknowledge that they have the right to do. But I think that the judiciary wanted to make sure that it was done under the proper circumstances so as not to scare people off. And so, rightfully so, I think the judges were questioning things. And also at the time, there was some discussion as to exactly what the procedures are going to be. And so one of the key parts of this trial is going to be Judge Dugan's intent. Was Judge Dugan intentionally trying to obstruct these officers? Was Judge Dugan intentionally trying to conceal this undocumented immigrant? Or was she just responding to preliminary instructions that were given to the judges at the time that suggested that she in fact turned these agents over to the chief judge's office for some answers? So that's all going to be fleshed out during the course of this trial, but all of this turns on Judge Dugan's ultimately her intent.
I want to get to some of your thoughts on the opening statements that we heard already this morning, and kind of both sides beginning to lay out their respective arguments. But since we're on this topic as well, this came up in the defense opening statement already. The atmosphere at courthouses like the Milwaukee County Courthouse in those early months of 2025, and the change in policy or just implementation perhaps since the second Trump administration. As a defense attorney, you go into a lot of those hallways. You operate in a lot of those courtrooms. What was the vibe like, for a better word? What was the atmosphere like in those early months of 2025 as all this seemed to be changing?
It was unsettling, in all honesty, because it's always been known that federal agents and other law enforcement agencies can and would arrest people within the confines of the courthouse. I mean, it happened even when I was a prosecutor, and people were being arrested on various warrants. But this was a little bit different, because typically immigration warrants weren't being executed in the courthouse. So this is kind of a different creature. We just had President Trump take office again, and there had been a lot of rhetoric in terms of how he was going to approach immigration in this country and what his tactics will be. And so when all of this was kind of being unfurled on the country, I think a lot of people were panicking and weren't sure what to do because this was completely different. And there had been no policies that were set in terms of how to deal with these things. People weren't educated, including people in the judiciary, weren't educated as to the nature of these warrants and what the federal government rights were in terms of arresting people. So I think that has a lot to do with kind of the confusion that had existed at the time, because this was all new territory for everyone involved.
I do want to ask this, Julius, because obviously one of the things that people who are critics of what has happened here and are supportive of Judge Dugan, they will say, and those who support, by the way, the policies of the Biden administration, Obama administration that had set up these sort of sensitive areas, they say people need to feel free to go to work and school and to places of public business like the courthouse without fear that they're going to be picked up by ICE and deported. The flip side of that argument is, if it's someone who is a criminal who's showing, or shouldn't say a criminal, but someone who is charged with a crime, a defendant in a criminal case showing up for court, is there a different standard? One of the things I hear over and over, though, is witnesses to cases might be afraid to come to court. Victims in cases might be afraid to come to court because of that fear. One of the things I wonder, and I'd like for people to hear, is, are you aware of any situation where ICE has arrested a witness or a victim in a case rather than a criminal defendant at a courthouse in Wisconsin? And I'm not saying the fear is not real, but do we know if that has actually happened?
I don't personally know of any situation where that's happened, but honestly, that doesn't mean it didn't happen, okay? Because we're not privy to all of the different cases that are floating around out there. I can tell you I am aware of, and personally aware of, situations where ICE came in and deported criminal defendants in cases before their cases were even resolved. And that people didn't know how to react to that. There were victims in cases that had no resolution to their cases, and some of these cases involved crimes of sexual assault or other assaultative behavior. And so that's how fast, in my opinion, that all of this kind of was thrust upon not just the judiciary of Milwaukee County, but all over the country. And quite honestly, I don't think that the Trump administration even thought that through in terms of, okay, we're going to go out and we're going to start having these sweeping arrests of all these undocumented immigrants. Fine, that's their right to do. But what would the impact of doing it in such a quick way without talking to the various actors in the system? What impact will they have on the criminal justice system? And I think that the Trump administration was finally alerted to the fact that, hey, listen, you guys are deporting people who have been charged with criminal offenses, but who haven't had their cases resolved. And now that's not fair to the victims of these cases. And so I think that there has been a shift in terms of policy, in terms of how ICE is dealing with situations like that. So there can be criminal prosecutions within state court, and that defendants who may be undocumented immigrants don't essentially get a free ride. They get deported. I think a lot of these people, quite honestly, would rather get deported than face 20 or 30 years in prison for something they may have been accused of here.
It is, I think, important to point out the other side, too, which, Brian, you alluded to earlier, is that on the agent side of it, and I believe we already heard some of this in the testimony that's played out this morning with FBI Special Agent Aaron Luker, the first witness called by the government, is, from their standpoint, government buildings like this, a federal or a county courthouse, are safer for the agents going to arrest who they believe to be a criminal in this case, someone charged with battery, saying, okay, if it is a courthouse, that person has at least gone through security, metal detectors, the chance of a weapon for their agents to deal with in that case is not there. So that would be maybe the argument on that other side. Julius, we have to take a quick... Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah,
no, I agree with that. And I think that it's important that law enforcement is able to do their job safely. And that's a great point, that people who have come into the courthouse have gone through metal detectors, et cetera, and so they're presumably not armed. But then that kind of begs the question, the other perspective is, well, why not just get them when they're walking out of the courthouse or something like that? Yeah. I just want to add that point, that counterpoint to that.
No, we're going to take a break, but we're going to keep Julius Kim around. Julius, I want to ask you when we come back a little bit about, we can talk about the big picture and all the politics behind it, but a jury only gets to hear pieces of this. There are certain evidence that the judge says, you can't bring that up, you can't talk about that. We're going to talk about some of those things when we come right back after this with Julius Kim of Kim and LaVoy.
Welcome back to our special coverage here. Judge on trial. The federal charges against Judge Hannah Dugan here in Milwaukee, and the trial has started today with opening statements this morning. As you're watching along with us, we're trying to bring you into the courtroom, and we're going to get analysis from Julius Kim about what we've heard already in opening statements from both the government and the defense team today. But as you're watching, as we've mentioned already, hit us with your questions too, especially when we have someone like Julius on. This is the time.
Yeah, you get to ask the expert.
Yeah, we did get one. We just want to mention quickly here. James in Heartland just reached out to our inbox saying, how many years in prison could she see if found guilty? A very good question about the stakes of this case right now. Would she be stripped of her duties as a judge forever? Well, at least for the first part, James, we can tell you she faces up to 6 years in prison and a $350,000 fine if she were to be convicted on both counts. One of them a misdemeanor, one of them a felony. But again, that's up to. And given that she would be a first-time nonviolent offender, it's likely it would be far less than that.
And I know that the federal government has a whole schedule of level of charge and what does that mean. So it likely would be less than that. But yes, she could potentially face time. Maybe she wouldn't serve any. I think the real question is what happens to her law license or her judgeship after that. That would really be up to the state Supreme Court. Am I right about that? We have Julius Kim of Kim and Lavoie still with us. That would really be a state Supreme Court decision after any conviction. Is that right?
Question?
Well,
it's a Supreme Court.
Okay.
Ultimately, the Supreme Court has jurisdiction over all the judges in Wisconsin. So you're absolutely right that if she's convicted of either one of these offenses, it might have actually different impact upon her, whether she's convicted of a felony or a misdemeanor or both. So that could have an impact in terms of what can happen to her in terms of any disciplinary proceedings. But remember, Judge Dugan is an elected official as well. So even though she may be allowed to keep her license per se, if she's convicted of either one or both of these charges, there's another question as to whether the citizens of Milwaukee County will want to reelect her under those circumstances.
And she has been, we should say, suspended with pay by the Wisconsin Supreme Court. That goes back to the end of April after she was indicted, saying that move was necessary to preserve public confidence in the judiciary.
All right, and I recall we're going to have Mordecai Lee on set later, and I remember him saying at the time that was a swift decision, and it was really a statement made by the Supreme Court, which we know if we talk about political leanings right now, the makeup of that court has shifted to the left. So the fact that they acted quickly in this case actually spoke volumes. At least that's what Mordecai said, and we'll talk to him more later. But Julius, what I want to ask you about is we always talk about all of the stuff outside. We know all of the facts as the public, but members of the jury don't get to hear everything that each side wants to put into a court case. And so before any civil or criminal case, there are motions as to what evidence can we introduce, what can we and can't we, and the judge makes a decision. In this case, I think it's interesting that one of the key things the government or the judge said, Judge Edelman said, we're not going to hear any of this, was no arguments about immigration policy. We're talking all about the policies that set the stage for this, and the judge said, we're not going to talk about that. This case is not about immigration policy. Can you talk about how that is key to this case?
Yeah, and quite honestly, I agree with that decision as well, because this is a trial about specifically what happened back on April 18th of last year and whether Judge Dugan is guilty of the two crimes that she's accused of. And while all of these other things are relevant, I think, when you're looking at the case from a whole, really what the jurors are called upon to do is determine whether Judge Dugan committed a crime. And what they have to do is they have to look at the facts of the particular case as presented by both the prosecution and the defense to determine whether she actually acted in a criminal way. Now, we're trying to do that in a way, or the system is trying to do that in a way, so that the jury isn't tainted or prejudiced by these outside forces, by outside considerations. For instance, one of the things that the rules of evidence carefully guards against is the admission of what we call character evidence against a defendant. The prosecution is not allowed to just suddenly bring in a bunch of facts and different situations where the defendant may have done some stupid things in the past or illegal things. And likewise, the defense isn't allowed to just bring in all these great things about how the defendant might be a good person, because character, while it's relevant in terms of sentencing, isn't relevant in terms of whether someone did the facts that they're accused of doing, did the crime that they're accused of doing. So I think that was a good decision by Judge Edelman to help the jury focus on the facts of the case and kind of get rid of some of the noise.
So while politics, or at least the policy part, is off limits, the state had asked that some other things be kept off limits, including previous ICE actions at the courthouse. The judge said, no, that's going to be able to, the defense is going to be able to argue that because it's relevant to Judge Dugan's mental state at the time. What does that mean? Why is that important?
Yeah, I think that can go into what the confusion that existed at the time, and the fact that there were previous arrests, that this whole situation didn't happen in a vacuum per se, and that there was confusion. There perhaps wasn't a clear lack of guidance as to how judges should respond to this. There was confusion about the terminology. There was confusion about the strength and of these particular warrants. So I think that is, again, trying to give jurors information or facts that they need in order to come to a decision about the case. But those particular set of facts regarding the fact that ICE arrest had occurred in the courthouse before, I think is relevant to Judge Dugan's state of mind and what was going through her mind at the time this incident occurred, which is one of the key issues in the case.
Julius, we want to get to those opening statements and what you heard or maybe didn't hear that you were expecting from both sides. But first, to kind of set the stage, I brought this up earlier. I'm fascinated by the makeup of the attorney teams on both sides here, because you have the lead defender for Hannah Dugan is a former U.S. attorney for the Eastern District, so quite familiar with that other side of things for the government. And in fact, Stephen Biskupik appointed the three prosecutors who are kind of leading things for the government in this trial, including Richard Froling, who is the lead attorney for the government, the U.S. attorney Keith Alexander, who gave the opening statement as well. So what is that dynamic like from what you know of all these people involved here, that basically the person you came up with and learned from to some degree is now going against you in this high-profile trial?
Yeah, Carl, you've done your homework here because all the information you just thrown out is kind of inside baseball type stuff. Those who know kind of the dynamics that are going on right now. And in terms of this type of case, it didn't surprise me at all that Steve Biskupik is the lead defense attorney in the case. He's the perfect guy. When it comes to all things federal, especially something of this magnitude, he certainly has the experience and knowledge and knows the inner workings of the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District. He was the U.S. attorney for crying out loud. The fact that he is going against people that he appointed in the past, I think that makes for an interesting dynamic. All the attorneys that are involved in this case, both from the prosecution and the defense, are very, very good attorneys, experienced attorneys. They know what they're doing. And I think that what we're going to see, though, is just a lot of good lawyering going on. You're not going to see people, throwing mud at each other and trying to pull fast ones on each other, because all these people know each other and they respect each other. And so I think that is really, that's not going to really impact the case in any way, except that I think things will probably run a little more smoothly because all these people know each other and they respect each other.
In terms of opening statements, what really stood out to you? That's really where we get to hear each side's summation of the case. This is what they're going to bring. We're going to hear it broken down into bits and pieces, but what really stood out to you from each side?
What stood out to me was that I didn't quite get as much as I wanted to get. In all honesty, I thought there was going to be more in the opening statements. Now, granted, we're sort of have our hands tied behind our back a little bit because we're not allowed to actually listen to the opening statements live. We have to rely on like transcripts or people that may be interpreting things that they're hearing. But I thought that the government touched on the things that they need to touch on. They need to touch on the fact that the bigger picture, what Judge Dugan did. And her actions, some of the words that she had used to paint a picture of Judge Dugan as someone that was clearly almost advocating for this person and trying to get him out of there without getting arrested. But we didn't hear the actual words themselves, as far as I know, in the opening statement. And I think that was smart of the government to hedge, because you just never know what witnesses are going to say on the stand. I think they took they painted with a little bit more broad of a brush. Now, with regard to the defense, again, they did the same thing. I don't think that they wanted to necessarily commit to Judge Dugan testifying. And so I think that they, too, had to kind of walk a fine line here and paint with a little bit broader of a brush and lay out some foundational things in terms of that demonstrate that her intent wasn't to obstruct. I think that Steve Biskupik pointed out that, listen, another door was just, the door that they walked out of was only less than 12 feet away from the actual main doors to the courtroom, and that these agents were sitting right there. There was really no place that this guy really could escape to, per se. And so I think that they kind of mapped out in more general terms of where they think they're going to be going in the case. But I thought that we were going to get a little more detail in terms of what was actually going through Judge Dugan's mind, but both sides didn't really commit to that.
That's interesting. Since you alluded to it, there's been so much conversation about doors and hallways already. It's like we're sponsored by Home Depot or Menards or something here on the Wisconsin
Well,
Live
I think the layout is really important because
it is crucial.
But here's the other key: is it happened quickly, and this happened over the course of just a few minutes. From the moment Judge Dugan comes out of the courtroom with Judge Cervera, and they're looking for ICE agents, directing them into the Chief Judge's office, she goes back into chambers or back into her courtroom, and it's just a couple of minutes after this occurs. That's Judge Cervera in the near one with the darker hair, and Judge Dugan right there who's gesturing. She tells one ICE agent to go. The other one looks like he's saying, "You mean me too?" She goes, "Yeah, you too." And then, yep, there it is. No, you go. All right, so they go there. Now, this is a short while later, 2 minutes and 46 seconds later, I think they said, that you have Eduardo Flores-Ruiz and his attorney coming out of that doorway.
Two things that came up certainly from the government side in those opening statements, maybe you can give us a little more insight into here, Julius. The fact that both those judges were still in their robes in the hallway was noted by the prosecutors, and the fact that after that, Judge Dugan actually goes through the main doors to her courtroom, where most of us would go in, versus that side hallway, which is actually where Eduardo Flores-Ruiz ends up leaving from. Can you comment on both of those and explain to us why that was noted by the prosecutors for people who are not familiar with the day-to-day operations of a courtroom?
Yeah, I think that, again, I think I don't know the facts, the truth of the matter with a capital T, but I think the government, what they were clearly trying to do was trying to paint an image of Judge Dugan kind of flexing her muscles a little bit, right? Using the authority of being a judge and also bring another judge into it. And by bringing up the fact that she may or may not have told Judge Cervera about to keep her robe on, was also kind of trying to paint a picture that she was trying to steer these agents to the Chief Judge's office using the authority of the judiciary. And so I think that was just part of the picture that the government is trying to paint of Judge Dugan, that she had a plan, that she was trying to get these agents away from her courtroom, and that by coming through the front doors of her courtroom, she was kind of casing things out to making sure that, that the coast was clear, things were set, and that if she wanted to try and get this gentleman out of the courtroom without any running into ICE agents again, that she could see visibly that would be the case.
Julius, we've only got about a minute left with you right now. I know you're going to be here with us all week, but I want to ask this because intent is always difficult to prove, and here the government's trying to improve the judge's intent in what she was doing. As a big piece of that, there's audio. There's audio from inside the courtroom during this short period of time, and some of that was presented, I believe, during opening statements, at least according to the notes I'm seeing from Bill Miston. It looks like some of that was played. How key is that audio of what was being said, not just by Judge Dugan, but by others in the courtroom in terms of trying to establish what was going on here?
It's crucial. I mean, it's the closest thing that the government can do, or both sides can do, to bring those jurors back into the moment, which is really, the ideal way for jurors to assess what really happened. Bring them back to that place and time. And by playing audio of the actual situation itself, that's very, very powerful. I will say that it sounds like some of the audio there might be some debate as to what is actually being said, that the government is saying that certain words were uttered, but the audio might not be as clear as everyone thinks, and that the defense may say, well, that's not really quite what was said, or you're not hearing it that way. But it's very, very powerful evidence. And as you brought up before, audio is important, but so is context. And so the other thing that we've seen the government do a lot of so far very early on the case is bring in these emails, bringing in Judge Dugan's emails. I mean, I think most of the initial direct examination of this FBI agent has been foundational in terms of laying out the layout of the courthouse, the courtroom, the hallway, etc. But she's also been very, very methodically going through Judge Dugan's emails. Why? Why do you do that? Because you're trying to set the context as to what's going on and maybe show a certain bent to Judge Dugan's thinking in terms of what she wanted to see happen or not happen, or what she did not want to see happen in the courthouse, because all of that goes to intent.
Well, you certainly do an amazing job giving us the context and keeping us on track here. Julius Kim with Kim and Lavoie, a defense attorney who will be joining us each and every day of the Hannah Dugan trial. Thank you so much for the time already and all of the thoughts.
My pleasure, guys. Have a great day.
We'll take a short break. Be right back here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Here we go. This is the Wisconsin Live Desk. I'm trying to send messages about our coverage as we're doing our coverage.
Well,
welcome back, everyone.
4 hours of live coverage every day.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Carl Deffenbaugh, Brian Polson with you here at 1:33. The trial continues. We had opening statements from both sides this morning. We are still getting our first witness of the trial of Judge Hannah Dugan, called by the government so far. That would be FBI Special Agent Aaron Luker, who was in charge of that operation, kind of setting the scene for what happened back in April. These are also the first images we're getting from the courtroom today. This is again coming from the federal courthouse in downtown Milwaukee on Wisconsin Avenue. That is Judge Hannah Dugan there in the middle, who appeared in that black blazer, tan blouse, according to our Bill Miston, inside the courthouse for us today. All right, Brian, you want to show off a little bit here? So much of what we've done has been related to the different movements of Judge Dugan, the federal agents there that day, and Eduardo Flores-Ruiz, and especially because we don't have video and audio recording of what's happening in court, it can be really hard for those watching at home, certainly was for me, to kind of get your mind around what played out and how did this happen. So
well, and I think we all do this, right? We have a vision that we play in our heads, a picture or an image or a video or whatever it is, we play in our heads of what we think is happening, of any situation. You hear there was a shooting at some sort, you go, well, what are the facts? And you try to imagine it. But seeing it obviously makes it a lot easier to put all of this together. So one of the first things I did, I've been to the courthouse many times. Yeah. I'm familiar with the courthouse, at least the public areas, so it's easier for me to come up with that picture of what happened. If you don't go there very often, you're trying to figure this out. We wanted to get an actual layout of the courthouse, but for security reasons, they don't just easily hand out the blueprints. Yeah. However, the Milwaukee County Historical Society had blueprints of the courthouse that we were able to get our hands on, including the 6th floor. That's the Milwaukee County Courthouse building you were seeing right there. And those blueprints helped us put together something. I used a program I've never used before, Carl, called Lucid Chart, a free access thing.
Always learning.
To create essentially a layout of the 6th floor in my own crude way. And here it is. We're going to pull it up on my computer. But
this is better because it's actual
the drawing you're seeing here, this is to scale. Well, not to scale. I mean, it's not
roughly,
but roughly, this is what it looked like, and you can see the courtroom. You see sort of the jury box where all those chairs are. There's 3 rows of chairs.
So this is Judge Hannah Dugan's
I think this is my computer. You can see that's the jury box. This is Hannah Dugan's courtroom 615. We've seen Jason standing outside of that courtroom. There's the Chief Judge's office.
Upper right of your screen is that hallway to the Chief Judge's office that Jason was showing us.
Correct. Now, inside the courtroom here, you see we've got these 2 blue circles. That represent Eduardo Flores-Ruiz and his attorney, and then that is Judge Dugan. Once she comes back into the courtroom, they are waiting. In fact, initially they're waiting in the jury box, which the government has already pointed out is unusual because the jury box is technically off limits to defendants and attorneys and things like that. But nonetheless, ultimately they're standing in the courtroom and they could go out. I'm going to play this. You see where the red arrow is. That would be the normal way that a member of the public or a defendant or attorneys would come in and out of the courtroom. Instead, Judge Dugan, according to the government, tells them, no, go this way. And where that purple dot is now is the back door of the courtroom that the jury comes in and out of, a jury door.
Court staff would use that as well.
Court staff could use that. The judge would use that. Now, the judge, behind the judge's chair on this other side is actually where the judge often comes in and out when the judge is coming onto the bench. This back here, the court staff, the court reporter, others would come through this door. So she sends them out that door and then down this hallway. The public cannot access this hallway. This is for court staff and security and others. And there may be times that there might be a reason they have someone who use that like an attorney or a defendant for whatever reason. But in any case, it's not typical, and the government's going to make that argument.
You know what's perfect about how we're doing this and the workarounds here? This is exactly what is happening on the witness stand right now with that FBI Special Agent Aaron Luker, who is being asked direct questioning from Attorney Froling here, taking us through their video exhibits showing exactly how this happened, where those agents were at the moment all of these machinations are happening inside the courtroom.
And I want to be clear, I asked Chief Judge Ashley if we could get inside this hallway with a camera to show you what it looks like, just to help you see what they're alleging happened. But because it's a non-public area of the hallway, he denied us that access. So we're showing you as best we can with this animation. But now, right where I've stopped, that purple dot, that is where there is a doorway to the stairs that go to the 5th floor. We had Jason Calvion earlier who showed us that staircase. It's a public staircase that's accessible both from the public hallway and also from this private hallway. The government is saying Judge Dugan wanted them to take this door, go down the stairs, and completely avoid the ICE agents. Instead, they went out, instead of going out that door to the stairway, they ended up going out the public door. Now you see we've just had come on the screen these blue circles. They represent ICE agents that were there. And I say ICE agents, they were different federal agencies. They were all part of an ICE task force. There were 4 agents that were still in the chief judge's office at this moment. One who the judge had not noticed, a female who was sitting on the floor, was right outside the chief judge's double doors. And then another ICE agent who had gone into the chief judge's office had just come back out and stood right here just a little bit down the hallway. So there are 2 ICE agents in the hallway as Eduardo Flores-Ruiz and his attorney now go out. Instead of that side door to the 5th floor, they go out the door to the public hallway.
One other note on that I believe we touched on with Jason, but certainly should come up in testimony from the government side, is that Eduardo Flores-Ruiz's attorney, the public defender assigned to him, was relatively new to that job.
Like a month on the job.
Less than a month, I believe. So as we're trying to read here on the day of opening statements into where both sides could take us, we're expecting that to be, oh, you get to see our office messaging there.
Oh, hey, look at that. That wasn't what I forgot.
All the internal communication.
What I want to bring up, and I won't now, I'll just tell you instead because I just realized that. But there is testimony today that actually some of that audio recording included a back and forth between Judge Dugan and one of the other people who was in the courtroom at the time saying, does she know which doorway to use? Is she going to go the right way? And Judge Dugan says, I'll show her, I'll take the heat. That's the government's claim that she said that. But let's go back real quickly. I just want to wrap up one last thing with this animation.
Well,
we can go back.
Let me just finish my point there, that instead, basically, the public defender was not necessarily as familiar with the courthouse layout as a more established public defender may have been. So that's part of it where, again, the government's trying to set up the counter from the defense team. Well, they came out of the hallway right where your agents are. What's the big deal?
And they're saying she just maybe didn't know which way to go. So you see that purple dot again representing Eduardo Flores-Ruiz and his attorney as they go down the hallway. Notice they passed a bank of elevators that's right there. This bank of elevators is the one that's closest to Judge Dugan's courtroom. They didn't go down that one. They kept going, and the agent follows. Now they get all the way off the screen here. There would be another bank of elevators that they do end up getting on, and the agent gets on the elevator with Flores-Ruiz and his attorney and follows them out of the courthouse, and ultimately that's where he's arrested.
And that agent specifically, I believe we have the video. We can try to go through that as well. Maybe we'll take a quick break here first. We're showing some of the video here. That is Eduardo Flores-Ruiz showing up just after 8 a.m., I believe, to the Milwaukee County
Courthouse. There he is getting off the elevator on the 6th floor.
He's that small, in the back of the screen.
Upper middle part of the screen. There is an agent already on a bench right behind him there who takes note of him immediately. And then as he walks, now this is coming toward Judge Dugan's courtroom. Flores-Ruiz is coming down the hallway. He's with his attorney, and there are 2 ICE agents on the bench right there. You'll notice as they pass these agents, the agents look up and then they sort of relax in their seats like, yep, that's our guy. So you'll see that happen here momentarily. I think we've got enough of the video before it cuts away to the next shot. You see how they kind of now sit up and relax. Yep, that's the guy we were looking for. So they've recognized that's him. Now this actually shot is a little bit out of sequence because this is just before that happened. But there was, you see the attorney right there with the paper in his hand?
Yeah,
the notepad.
Coming toward the camera.
He is a public defender, I believe, and I think his name is Rob Mueller from what I was told by Bill Miston. He, I believe, might be one of the people who informed Flores-Ruiz's attorney and the clerk that there were ICE agents in the building. Now here comes Hannah Dugan and Judge Cervara out of their chambers, out of that private hallway or non-public hallway, to come out and look for the ICE agents they've been told are out there. They first go toward the chief judge's office, and in front of her court, she looks around. She doesn't notice anyone. Now, she doesn't realize the woman sitting on the floor by those garbage cans is an ICE agent. She doesn't seem to notice or recognize that it is. She goes this way instead. The judge sees the 2 ICE agents right here on one of the benches and interacts and has Judge Cervara there in tow. And these are the ones we showed you earlier where she says, you know, yeah, you've got to go to the chief judge's office.
In that opening statement, U.S. Attorney Keith Alexander noting the fact, too, that both those judges being in their robes outside of their courtroom in a public hallway like that is not necessarily normal, that they would have, in a more typical setting, taken off their robes when they're not in the courtroom like that and then gone out into a public hallway.
In all the years I've been covering courts, typically you only see judges in their robes when they come on the bench. When they're in the hallway, they're in a suit or some other attire.
So now she is telling the federal agents, Judge Dugan, to go and speak with Chief Judge Carl Ashley, whose offices are down at the bottom of that hallway. And you see her in the repeated security footage here, working her way down that hallway.
There's another agent she's found.
Agents are in plain clothes, but she's identifying and sending those different agents to the chief judge's
Now, when
office.
she gets down to this end of the hallway, she finds one more, and that would be the fourth agent, if you're counting, the fourth agent other than the one she missed sitting on the floor.
And a fifth will follow, though.
And so she's walking with the fourth one, and a fifth one starts to follow. And you'll see here in a moment she recognizes the one who's following. Oh, you're with them too? You go.
But she misses by those trash cans. The sixth agent, the only female agent, is sitting on the floor right there as the other five make their way into those double doors. And that,
now,
Brian,
there's the attorney that I told you about earlier. Do you see him shake his fist, pump his fist? He sees what's going on. He sees ICE has been ordered. He thinks, all right, this
is one of the five agents, though, now walking out of those doors. The other four are still in the chief judge's area, but he walks out right before Eduardo Flores-Ruiz and his attorney come out. Now watch as they come out the door. Notice that she looks both ways, and then they start walking. And she looks back again. She's kind of looking around, trying to see, is anybody following us? The elevators are right there.
They walk past the elevators, and they keep going, and now you see the agent who's there on the left side.
So at this point, that male agent follows them. The female agent, who is sitting on the floor, also tries to follow them.
You see, I watched some other video, we don't show it here, but she does start to get up and walk this way. Yeah. They're clearly communicating. They're both on their phones. He follows Eduardo Flores-Ruiz and his attorney onto the elevator, and they ride it down to the basement floor, which you'll see here in a moment. They get off the elevator. The agent is still following. This is a DEA agent who's part of this ICE task force. Follows them out of the tunnel that goes out onto 9th Street. That is on the east side of the Milwaukee County Courthouse. So again, he's following behind. They're continuing to walk. I know this takes a little while for all this video to play. Here they are going out the doors onto 9th Street on the east side of the Milwaukee County Courthouse. Now, it's not clear what happens after they leave on the 9th Street side, but at some point between
Which is
here,
the east side of the building.
It's the east side of the building. At some point, they end up on the 10th Street side of the building, and by then, other agents have been summoned. They announce themselves, identify themselves to Flores-Ruiz, who then you can see running across the street on the right middle part of your screen as agents chase, and now they're chasing him down the sidewalk on the opposite side of 10th Street, where they ultimately arrest him. So that is what happened here, the interpretations of all of that, and why it happened and how it happened and whether or not it constitutes a crime is what is the subject of the trial.
I will just say kudos to you, because as I'm reading our live updates from Bill Miston in the courtroom, that is the exact timeline that the jurors are hearing right now, that the prosecutors are laying out with their first witness of the day, which has been a long time on the witness stand here, FBI Special Agent Aaron Luker, taking us through that timeline and much of the same video that we have had for you here. So we may not be able to show video recordings or audio recordings from the courtroom, but we can give you an idea of what is happening inside there. Well done, sir.
Time for us to take a break. We're going to come back with a lot more. We're here all afternoon until 4 o'clock. We'll do more here in just a couple of minutes.
Thanks for watching the Wisconsin Live Desk on this Monday afternoon. Brian Poulsen, Carl Deffenbaugh will be here with you each and every afternoon during the run of the Hannah Dugan trial. We are expecting it to last about a week, however long it lasts, even into next week. We will be here with you, trying to be your eyes and ears.
Well, I think everyone is hoping this doesn't go into Christmas Eve or Christmas
coming up next week. Yes,
but they're still on the first witness.
Yeah.
So who knows? This could take a while.
We've gotten an idea from the government. They said they could call, I believe, more than 25 witnesses, somewhere in that range, maybe up to 40, depending on what they feel they need to do. The defense has not necessarily said what their plan is yet, and the most important question, perhaps, whether or not Hannah Dugan will go on the witness stand in her own defense, which she is not legally required to do. That is ultimately her choice, but it'll be an interesting question for sure.
Absolutely, and it always is a big question.
Yeah.
It's not often you have a sitting judge.
Right.
Well, I guess not sitting at the moment because she is currently suspended, but nonetheless a sitting judge who's on trial.
We have Jason Calvi, our political reporter, standing by once again. Jason joining us actually from the hallway where this happened, the 6th floor of the Milwaukee County Courthouse. And one of the things we're trying to do during this coverage this week is bring our viewers along with us. So whether that's explaining some of the things that are happening by the moment in court, as we just said, that FBI special agent continues her testimony, taking us through a lot of the logistics, kind of the table setting, scene setting of what happened that day. We also are interested in your questions when it comes to how this plays out, who the major players are, why this matters, why we're going all out for a trial that's here in Milwaukee, but certainly has so many ramifications and interest from folks around the country. So Jason, I know you've been watching some of the viewer questions as well that have been sent our way. Let me start with this because it was part of your coverage leading up to it. Who is the federal judge overseeing this case? That would be Judge Lynn Edelman, but tell us more about this man. He's been a long time on the bench and now has one of the more high-profile cases in front of him.
And he's had a number of high-profile cases. He's been on the bench for about 30 years. He was appointed by President Bill Clinton. Before that, Judge Lynn Edelman actually was a Democratic lawmaker. He served in the state Senate for many years, and then from the state Senate was immediately appointed to the federal bench by President Bill Clinton in the 90s, and has served on that bench for nearly 30 years. One of his high-profile cases he's heard in the past was the issue of Wisconsin's voter ID law. Voter ID law, you remember, was passed by the Walker administration, became law. He actually stopped that law, ruled against it. That ruling was overturned at the 7th Court of Appeals in Chicago, the Federal Court of Appeals in Chicago. And so that's, we have, when you go to vote here in Wisconsin, you show your photo ID to vote. That's part of the law here in Wisconsin. And that was a law that went through Judge Lynn Edelman's courtroom several years ago.
Interesting, Jason. That is certainly notable there. One of the other questions that we've received as well is a good one. What happened to the person at the center of this case initially? Eduardo Flores-Ruiz, the man we keep saying an undocumented immigrant in this country, was supposed to appear before Judge Hannah Dugan that morning because of battery charges that he faced, allegedly from a fight with his roommates in March of that year. And then April 18th, he shows up to court. What ended up happening to him? Because he seems to be such a pivotal character in all of this.
Yeah, so he actually reached 2 plea deals, both one with the feds and one with the state. So let's look at the state charges. That brought him to this hallway on April 18th. He was facing charges of domestic abuse for beating up his roommates. He said it was a mutual fight with his roommates, but he ended up having a plea deal with the state on that particular charge, which brought him to this hallway on April 18th, which would have put him into Judge Hannah Dugan's courtroom for a hearing on April 18th, which the hearing for him ended up not happening. The whole case revolves around what the judge is alleged to have done in that situation with Eduardo Flores-Ruiz. But his plea deal for the state was he pled no contest, and the judge found him guilty. Another judge who's filling in, all these cases for Judge Dugan are now being taken by other judges and reserve judges coming in as well, because she's been officially suspended from her duties as a state court judge as this case proceeds through the courts. So Eduardo Flores-Ruiz reached that plea deal on the state charges of beating up his roommates. He was convicted of that, found guilty by the judge, convicted of that. And then on the federal charges of coming back into the country after already being deported in 2013, he would have been, at the time that he was deported, he was 18 years old. That first go around, and then the feds alleged that he came back into the country illegally a second time, and so that's why he was eligible to be deported this go around in 2025. Not sure exactly when he came back to the country. In the court filings, it doesn't say. But the plea deal he reached with the feds on an immigration charge was that he did plead guilty to that, and according to the plea deal that he signed with his own hands, it says that he agreed to voluntarily be deported. Now, back when he was deported the first go-around, he was deported back to his home country of Mexico. This go-around, the feds, and I've asked, where has he been deported? They didn't answer that particular question. Where was Eduardo Flores-Ruiz deported to? But his home country, he was born in Mexico.
Jason, I think it's important for us to keep coming back to the fact that this is an individual case, but it has become this flashpoint in the national immigration debate. You're in a courthouse right now where all of this went down. It's a public courthouse. And when I think of my job as an investigative reporter, a lot of times when I'm looking for someone, the first place I look is, do they have any court cases coming up? Because you know when they'll be and where they'll be, and it's an easy place to find them. And if I was an immigration agent and I saw someone had a court date, I'd go, what a great place to go get them, because they have a time and a place, it's scheduled and it's available for anyone to see. But for many, many years, the courthouse was considered off limits. Whether it was an official policy or sort of an unspoken understanding, you just don't make immigration arrests at a public courthouse. That has changed over the years through recent administrations. Can you talk about how that's evolved and why that has made this such a flashpoint in the immigration debate?
Yeah, so if you look at the policy under President Joe Biden, there was allowance in that policy for courthouse arrests, but the bar was very high. It was potentially a national security reason for the arrest, or something reaching to a high level like that. Under President Trump coming into office in January of 2025, the bar became lower. Somebody that had various issues. And Brian, you're the expert on this, so why don't I throw it back to you? Why don't you lay out the policy there, because I know you most recently looked at that. The last time I did my report on this issue was back in April. So Brian, why don't I turn the tables and do the questioning of you? Brian, can you lay out the difference between the Trump policy and the Biden policy?
I'll lay it out simply, and then
when and where courthouse arrests should take place.
I'll lay it out simply and bring it back to you with a follow-up question, which is that essentially you went from under Presidents Obama and Biden, you had sort of these protected areas, these sensitive locations where it was discouraged. They were agents
a fairly
were
high bar.
High bar to make these arrests,
things like that.
Under President Trump, for the first time in 2018, he actually identified courthouses as a place where you could make immigration arrests explicitly. And then in 2025, earlier this year, said not only can you, but maybe this is something that should be done.
Are they going through that door? Do you want us to go here?
I guess
it's an operational courtroom, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Continues, so Jason may have to take a moment here to adjust. You know what? It's a good time to bring up some of the questions that we've gotten to from viewers. There's been a couple along these lines, which I think speak to the larger back and forth and just how heated our political era has become. But a couple questions along these lines, so I just want to read them for you here, and then we'll get to the answers. From someone in South Milwaukee, this is obvious video that she was aiding to a criminal. Wouldn't this be considered aiding and abetting? She knew she shouldn't have done that, so to most people would be unethical practices. Shouldn't she be punished for that? Another question from someone in Milwaukee. Why are we wasting time and money on a jury trial when clearly she did what she is accused of doing and she's on camera? So why? Well, all of that gets to the basis of our legal system, right? The right to a jury of your peers, the right to a fair trial. And yes, video may lead you to believe one thing or the other. Remains to be seen this week in a court of law how that video is interpreted by a jury of Hannah Dugan's peers.
Well, and I will say, we haven't talked about this yet, but early in this, the defense strategy in this case was not to argue necessarily the specifics, but otherwise to just say these are all official acts. She's a judge. She's immune from this kind of prosecution.
Judicial immunity.
Judicial immunity. Judge Edelman did not buy that argument, dismissed that argument. So what they were left with is intent. Can the government prove that Hannah Dugan intended to assist this person? You might look at the video and say it seems obvious, but the defense has a case that they are making, and it'll be up to a jury to decide if they've made that case.
And what's at stake here? Charged with two different counts: one, concealing an individual to prevent arrest, that's a misdemeanor, and an obstruction charge as well, which is a felony, up to 6 years in prison and a $350,000 fine if Judge Hannah Dugan were to be convicted on both of those, although the sentence may end up being less than that. We're just halfway through here. It is approaching the 2 o'clock hour. We need to take another break on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Testimony continues in the trial of Judge Hannah Dugan. So does our coverage here on the Live Desk.
Then jump in. Look, here we are.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk. We got an extra chair and we got people hanging out.
We got a chair. Get your mic on.
They said they wanted to
Oh, what?
That's a good point. Yeah. Well, I can eventually skip
All right.
over.
Well, anyway.
Ben Handelman is standing by.
Yeah.
He's going to be joining for the second half of this marathon that we're starting today. It's, what is this, a 5-part race here this week, or at least we're expecting, with the
I
trial
hope it's
that
only
could
5 parts.
potentially last this week, maybe even longer. We're not sure with jury deliberation. But again, we are here with you on the Wisconsin Live Desk for our Judge on Trial special coverage, noon to 4 each and every day. We've hit it a few times, but again, this being a federal proceeding at the U.S. Courthouse in downtown Milwaukee, no video or audio recording allowed inside. So we have our reporters there at the courthouse who basically, to tell you the logistics, have a live document going telling us all the testimony, the people who are on the witness stand, what is happening in court today that we can then bring to you here on the live desk.
So we're talking about it. There's so many things we could talk about, and we're going to go back through some of this. So we don't expect you to be here all 4 hours. We just played an animation and some video kind of showing you. We're going to come back to that later. But one of the things, we had a question. What was the question just before the break?
Yes, let me pull it up for you here. And again, this is great. These are viewer questions that are coming to us through that QR code or the online submission that you can keep them coming throughout the trial of Judge Hannah Dugan. That would be questions for us, for our team of reporters. If you have a question specifically for Julius, who's our legal expert, or Mordecai Lee, our political expert, great, send them our way. But some of this I thought was interesting because of the tone, because of the climate politically in this country. I'm sure a lot of people watching our coverage leading up to it have thought the same as this woman from Milwaukee. Why are we wasting time and money on a jury trial when clearly she did what she is accused of doing and she's on camera? So why? And we know the surveillance video will play a major role in this trial. The audio recordings have already come up today, and that's some of what an FBI special agent, Aaron Luker, the first witness still on the witness stand called by the government today, has alluded to the digital audio recordings that are coming from Hannah Dugan's actual courtroom there at the Milwaukee County Courthouse. So this video and audio, of course, can then be interpreted by the prosecutors to get their side of things, by the defense team to say what Hannah Dugan at least did or did not intend to do on that day.
Well, I want to point that question of I mean, when it's so obvious, then why are we bothering it? I'm going to point out why what seems obvious on the surface doesn't always play out that way in court. And here's an example of that. Hannah Dugan is charged with 2 offenses, two federal offenses. The first count, she was indicted for knowingly concealing Eduardo Flores-Ruiz, a person for whose arrest a warrant and process had been issued, and that was, to prevent the apprehension. So knowingly concealing, that's the misdemeanor. That's the less serious charge. The more serious charge legally, the felony charge, would be did corruptly endeavor to influence, obstruct, and impede the due and proper administration of the law under which a pending proceeding was being had before a department and agency of the United States. And here's why that's so key. The word pending proceeding. So not just did she try to obstruct and impede what they were doing, but there was a pending proceeding. There's literally going to be a debate, and there has been pretrial, about whether or not what was going on with Eduardo Flores-Ruiz constitutes a pending proceeding under the law. And you might go, boy, what a kind of minutia is that? That's key, because that's one of the elements of that felony. So if the government can't prove that the whatever warrant was there was a pending proceeding, then they lose that felony charge.
So that would be specific to the warrant that the federal agents went to that courthouse with that day and the attempted eventual arrest of Eduardo Flores-Ruiz versus what he was actually there for in terms of the legal proceeding in Judge Dugan's courtroom. This would be related specifically to what the agents were there for.
Wasn't obstructing the misdemeanor proceeding in state court. But the question is, interfering with that warrant, was that warrant just part of a pending proceeding, or was the warrant independent of a proceeding? That might sound like splitting hairs, but the law is often about splitting hairs. Julius Kim, we'll talk to him again. I'm sure will be great to explain how that can be the case. But if that's that important, I mean, every little element that needs to be proven to this jury is critical to whether or not she is ultimately found guilty. So what might look obvious on the surface doesn't always play out that way in a courtroom.
And we already heard in the opening statements from the defense attorney this morning, Stephen Biskupik, the fact, again, more minutia, administrative warrant versus judicial warrant. I think about this in terms of the people on that jury. Eventually 14, now 13 people who are hearing this trial, probably like me, probably like a lot of you, saying, how do I wrap my head around this? I didn't go to 3 years of law school and practice and everything like that. So I'll be interested to hear how the attorneys who are so well versed in this translate that legalese for regular folks like you and me sitting on that jury.
It's one of the reasons I always say that when you have something like this, that the outcome of this will be viewed by people across the country as some sort of a comment on immigration policy. And yet immigration policy has nothing to do with the facts, or I shouldn't say nothing, but it is not the key driver of the facts that are being discussed and debated in the case. That is the context within which this is happening, which makes it such a flashpoint. But ultimately it will be decided on some very specific facts in that federal courtroom.
To speak to that point, and again, we'll keep hitting this. We'll see if this actually comes out in court. But the notoriety of this trial, the attention in this trial from folks all across the political spectrum from all over this country, including, as we mentioned earlier in this coverage, FBI Director Kash Patel posted a photo of Judge Hannah Dugan outside of the Milwaukee County Courthouse in handcuffs on the day that she was arrested, a week after the events of April 18th. The Department of Homeland Security had a post on X after Eduardo Flores-Ruiz was deported from the country. This is the quote in that post: Judge Hannah Dugan's actions to obstruct this violent criminal's arrest take activist judge to a whole new meaning. Thanks to the brave men and women of ICE law enforcement, this criminal is out of our country. So you're seeing at the highest levels of the administration, the executive branch at least, when it comes to the attention on this, how this is being spun one way or the other, depending which side of that larger immigration debate in the country you fall.
And by the way, that posting you're talking about from the FBI director is something that the defense wanted to introduce as evidence in this trial for the jury to see, that, see, this was something the Trump administration wanted. They wanted to make an example out of her. This isn't fair. The judge said it's not fair to the case to introduce that. The judge said, no, that can't be introduced. So we know it happened. The jury will never hear about it.
And that is coming from, as Jason Calvi has told us, someone that people would assume to be a more left-leaning, a liberal judge, someone who served in state government here in Wisconsin as a Democrat for many years before getting appointed to that job as a federal judge. So interesting to see how all of this is coming down on just day one of this trial. We're still on witness number one of this trial, so a long way to go.
You know, I think they said at the beginning the judge was hoping this would be done in 4 or 5 days. But when I hear they're still on the first witness here on day one at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, who knows how long this could go. Obviously, this is a key witness, but nonetheless.
And a lot of, as I know we're used to seeing in some other trials we've covered, you have to kind of cover the basics. You have to explain things to those members of the jury initially and kind of lay out the map of what happened for them, because unlike us, they're not supposed to know all of this background on the trial. They're not supposed to have seen all this video that we're breaking down here for you on the Wisconsin Live Desk. This is all supposed to be fresh for those members of the jury to be impartial and to make their ruling. So a lot of this probably coming out in the minutia today. I'll be curious who the government saves for kind of that hammer blow, right? Who comes at the end of their testimony as what they think could be the person to kind of clinch things for their side.
You know, it's interesting. We've covered a lot of trials here on Fox 6 from gavel to gavel, and just recently the Sade Robinson trial. As that played out, I remember talking a lot to Julius Kim, the expert joining us for this. And as this stuff is presented, there is a strategy to the order in which evidence is presented. And in that case, there were times you thought, does the state even have it here? Are they going to be able to prove this? And then they come in, like you said, with those hammers at the end that seal things up. You're right. It'll be interesting to see what the government is kind of keeping in store for later on.
All right, I've been keeping the seat warm for the man himself, Ben Handelman, sitting down off to my left right now. Coverage continues here on the Wisconsin Live Desk until 4 o'clock. That'll roll right into our 4 o'clock news as well with our team of reporters. Brian, you're the marathon man. You're going all 4 hours here, apparently.
You know I could talk endlessly for hours. You guys are going to get tired of me after a while, but yes, I will still be here until 4.
Not today. All right, quick 2-minute break. Ben will be right here in this seat after that. Thanks a lot for watching our coverage. Judge on trial here on the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. It is Hannah Dugan on trial, and all eyes on Milwaukee this week. I feel like we say that a lot.
Yeah, we do.
Why is it? What is it about Milwaukee?
Even about, you think the national news, what's been happening with the terrible shooting at Brown University, somehow there's a Wisconsin connection with the person of interest, so everything always tends to come back to Milwaukee. But I've been watching the trial. I just switched out with Carl Deffenbaugh. If you're just tuning in, you're like, wait a second, the person in this chair looks a little different. Yeah, we're going to switch things out over the next week here. You're like the one constant here, Brian. You're the one person who will be.
They said we know Brian never shuts up, so he's going to be out there 4 hours a day.
You know what has shocked me so far? I don't know if this has shocked you. We have one witness on the stand so far.
I was just talking. I was hoping that this would wrap up, by Thursday. No,
I mean, we were hoping for a 4-day, 5-day trial, but and Ted was talking about this in the very first hit we did here on our coverage today. There's no deadlines for trials, obviously. They go as long as they need to go. But in a way, there is a deadline to the trial because of what is coming up next week with the holidays and prosecute. You want the people on the jury to be as focused as possible for when they're in the courtroom. This is the worst time of year to keep people's focus. There's so many things happening in your life.
When they were doing jury selection, one of the questions they asked was, if this goes into next week, does this affect anybody? What would happen? And everybody's raising their hand. I got travel plans.
Yeah, exactly.
We've got family stuff. We've got things going on. So, the idea is for them to try to wrap it up this week. At worst case, maybe it goes into Monday. But after that, you hit Christmas Eve, you hit Christmas. It's going to be a challenge. But again, we're on the first witness, which is FBI. Am I right about that? FBI Special Agent?
Yeah, and I just want to make sure, because I'm catching up with the updates too. So again, this is unique for us that we don't have a camera and audio in the courtroom that we're so used to tossing to. We don't cover a lot of federal cases like this, and there's a reason we don't have audio and video. But I mean, the last break we're getting is really a 1:19 break from the judge, letting the jurors leave. The attorneys stayed. I assume they're back in court listening to this special agent who has just really been walking through.
Yeah, the agent is. I see Bill typing actively, so the agent is.
But that's what's shocking about this trial, Brian. It really, at the end of the day, is a very short interaction. It did not take a long time, and just shows you how lawyers can make things drag out. We're going to be talking about something that happened within minutes for multiple days.
Yeah.
And and when I'm really interested, the lawyers in the courtroom. I love when smart people all get in one room. This is like the cream of the crop when it comes to lawyers in Southeast Wisconsin or in the state of Wisconsin or in the region. They're all in this room, which is why so many people are watching this case.
Well, and it is, you mentioned that it's one witness. I had in my ear Brian Graham telling us they're just now on cross-examination. So all of the witness so far today that we've heard from was just the state's primary direct examination. Now you've got cross-examination from the defense of that first witness, FBI Special Agent Aaron Luker. So far, I know you say you've been watching the trial. We can't watch the trial because we're not there in person, though we do have people there. But we're seeing the notes that are coming in. What has stood out to you so far, or has there been anything that surprised you other than the length of this first witness?
Well, first of all, the one thing that surprised me when I woke up today and there was a sick call.
Yeah, from a juror.
The first thing, I mean, we can't even tell you how much planning has gone into this trial from the federal level. This is not unique. This is unique for them. We're talking, they're handing out press credentials. They're expecting media from around the nation to be covering this. There's all this planning that goes in. And what happens today and there's so much work to get the jurors seated and make sure it's an impartial jury. Someone calls in sick today where it's almost through the whole thing. Out of the loop.
That was actually one of the questions that was asked of several of the jurors during jury selection is, health questions. How are you feeling? Do you have any concerns about health over the duration of a trial like this? But stuff's going around right now. People are getting sick. We know that that's happening. They only have 2 alternates or had 2 alternates. So 14 jury members, 2 were alternates, 1 is gone. We're down to 13. So they actually had a discussion this morning before things got started. Do we wait and see tomorrow if this 14th juror can be there? Because we can't. Once we start the trial, they're out.
And it's okay to lose. You can lose 2 jurors. That's why they're there,
you can.
Right? But you don't want to lose them before anything even happens.
You lose both alternates, and eventually now you're down to your minimum. If something happens, you're looking at a mistrial.
Right.
So they don't want to. So they had to roll the dice. Is it worth waiting a day? You talked about the time constraints with Christmas. Do we wait a day to see if this juror feels better tomorrow? Or do we just get going? The judge said, let's get going. So they're going with 1 alternate. Now, that may be fine. It may be enough. But if 2 more jurors get sick, then what?
I want to go to Jason Calvi. He's joining us. Jason, I've been shocked that we're just on one witness so far, right? And Jason, you've covered a lot of trials. This is slow going, wouldn't you say, Jason Calvi, who I believe is live outside over at the Milwaukee County Courthouse?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. This is one of the key witnesses for the prosecution, the FBI agent who filed the criminal complaint, who did the investigation, wrote it all up and put it into that document, laying out the allegations against Judge Dugan. And all of those allegations center on what happened in this hallway and in her courtroom, which, if we just pan over 1 inch or so right here, that's Judge Dugan's courtroom, and that is in this hallway are the two central aspects of the allegations against that sitting judge who faced these charges, was arrested, taken out with handcuffs on, out of this courthouse here at Milwaukee County, and now her trial begins as she is dealing with not only those federal charges, but also right now, as this court case plays out in the federal courts, she's suspended from her duties here in the Milwaukee County Courthouse.
Jason, we've gone over this a couple times, but for those who didn't see earlier, you're outside the courtroom right there, the double doors you see, the sort of wooden doors that most people go in and out. If you and I come to cover a case, that's where we come in and out. It's where all the members of the public do. It's where the attorneys generally do. But right next to that is that private or non-public hallway that the defendant, Eduardo Flores-Ruiz, came out with his attorney. That's right behind you, right? I mean, I think I can see it right behind you now.
Yeah, you can see it. According to the prosecution today in court, I think they said it was, or I'm sorry, according to the defense in court, they said it was 11 feet. I don't have my trusty walker machine that keeps track of feet.
Yeah, we'll believe him on that,
yeah. But this is the courtroom. This is the public entrance and exit for Judge Dugan. And then we'll just take a few steps over. Do you guys want to count?
Yeah,
might as well.
I don't know if they start at the central of the door or what, but let's one.
If it's not 11,
2,
I think the whole
3,
trial should be taught now.
6, 7, 8.
It's about 10 Calvi steps from the middle of the doorway.
It's 10 Calvis away
to here.
You know what I've thought though, Jason?
And I'm not a very tall.
And Brian, as I've been watching this trial this morning, that is still one of my big questions. If Judge Dugan, as the state's trying to say. Not the state in this case, it's the nation, the US government.
Yeah, federal government.
Trying to say she was trying to get this defendant or the suspect out of the courtroom. She did a really crappy job at it. And because I'm just behind that door, Jason, we've talked about this throughout the whole morning. Yeah. There are two doors she could go through. There's a hallway back there, and there is the doorway right there that you're seeing. And there's one more doorway. Yeah. She didn't say make sure you take the door on the left to go down the stairs.
Well, I don't know if this was now. We don't know. Just was there a language barrier here? Because I don't know if there was. I think the translator might have been involved in this case. Did Judge Dugan say go that way and use the stairs, and they didn't get where the stairs were?
But the point I'm trying to make is, hey, if you're trying to tell someone there's a hallway out there that is flooded with ICE agents who want to arrest you, and I'm going to try and get you out of here. Wouldn't you? I mean, if it was you, Brian, wouldn't I say, hey, make sure you don't go out that door. Make sure you take the door to the left?
I will say what I do wonder is if what the government's saying is true, that she was trying to get him to go down that door to the stairs, why didn't she walk 10 or 20 steps further with them and say, go this way?
And also one of the key points today was the U.S. government's trying to say, she said, I'll take the heat. I'll be the one who shows them down the hallway. But it's just really interesting to me that somehow this last step of, make sure you take the door that's actually the stairs, was not somehow conveyed to this person, if that was exactly what happened.
So, Ben, I want to point out one thing. That's definitely what the defense is bringing up, that, hey, there's only 11 feet between the public entrance exit and the doorway.
And only two doors back there. There's only that door, and then inside the door, another door.
Yeah, we'll go on a field trip in 1 second, but I want to show you that other door that then leads to a stairway down to the 5th floor. So I'll show you that in 1 second. We'll do a little field trip here. But first of all, what the prosecution is saying in court is that Judge Dugan came out of her courtroom in her robe and came and spoke to federal agents who were seated on the bench here. If you see, there's cameras right there, and FOX6 has the video that shows Judge Dugan coming out here, talking to federal agents. There were ICE agents, there were FBI agents, and as well as DEA, which is drug enforcement agents, as well as Customs and Border Patrol federal agents, all out here in the hallway in various places. And she spoke to several of them, according to the criminal complaint, right here, and told them to go talk to the chief judge. The chief judge's office is right this way, past Judge Dugan's courtroom, right here. There's a set of double doors here, Ben. And if I were to open those double doors, you still would have to walk about 25 feet to another glass door, which then has a reception desk there. So it's quite it's right next to Judge Dugan's,
but not exactly
courtroom,
right
but
next to
still
it, right?
A walk down there. And according to the criminal complaint, Judge Dugan sent and ordered and demanded that those federal agents go talk to the chief judge. So that is probably going to be brought up by the prosecution, that she diverted them, according to them, to the chief judge, and then immediately in court today, they said it was about 2 minutes and 59 seconds, to less than 3 minutes between the time she came out here, spoke to the agents, and the time that Eduardo Flores-Ruiz is seen coming out on surveillance video, coming out of a doorway right here. And I'll show you the other side of this hallway in a second, but this is a non-public doorway, a non-public hallway. You can see it says it right here. Court staff, this is a jury door. So jury members are brought in here, judges are brought in here, prosecutors are brought in here. There's a swipe card you would need to be able to get into that door, or if you're with the jury, they'll open the door for you. But that's a non-public hallway and door.
Jason, hold on 1 second, because I want to ask our folks here if you can bring up a picture I have bring up my computer real quick before you step through that door. This is a picture that comes from one of the court filings, and it's inside that non-public hallway.
Okay,
so Jason, if you look at the door that's right on the right part of your screen there, Jason's on the other side of that right now. And there you see the door on the left says stairs. That is not a doorway that's accessible to the public because it's in that little private hallway, but it leads to a public staircase. Okay, we can go back to Jason now, and you can show us from the public side what happens when you go in there.
Yeah, so again, I just want to reorient people to what we're talking about here. Judge Dugan's office, or Judge Dugan's courtroom, is right here. Public entrance, public exit for Judge Dugan. According to the criminal complaint, she sent the FBI agents, the federal agents, to go down and talk with the chief judge. And then about 3 minutes later, Eduardo Flores comes out of this doorway, a non-public doorway, into the public hallway here, goes down the hall and takes the elevators down, and then is arrested after federal agents said they chased him outside of the courthouse and they arrested him outside. So this doorway here is going to be the crucial part, this hallway, what's on the other side of this door, which I can't get in there to show you. I can only show you the picture that we have, but I can't get in there to show you this hallway. But I can show you it has 2 exits. If you enter that hallway, this door right here to the public hallway is exit number 2, and exit number 1 through this area here. This is a public hallway here, but this door here I can't get in. This is a private doorway, and this is the other side of that jury hallway we were just looking at. So there's 2 exits again from that non-public hallway. Exit 1 takes you right here, which, look at this, there's a set of stairs here, and if I take them all the way down to where that block is down there, that square figure in the marble, that is the 5th floor, and you can exit the building there. So this is going to be a crucial discussion during the trial of Hannah Dugan, is this particular exit to the 5th floor.
And if she had gone that way, or if Eduardo Flores-Ruiz had gone the way that Jason just did there's no agents on the 5th floor.
Right.
They wouldn't have seen him. He could have gone out the elevator and been gone. That's the argument the government is making, is that was Hannah Dugan's intent,
and honestly,
was to steer them that way.
It'd be a much stronger case for the prosecution if he actually ended up on the stairs. Then he would have evaded the ICE agents, allegedly, gone out the door. Who knows when he would have been picked up, or if he would have walked out the building, no one would have ever saw him. Instead, he walks right out.
Back into the public hallway, yeah.
Another question I have, okay, so he walks back into the public hallway. There's ICE agents. Why did they not arrest him right away? They waited. They get in the elevator with him.
I have a sense, and I don't know, this may come up, and that's a good question, because why not just arrest him right there?
Right.
Because Hannah Dugan, the Judge Dugan, had already ordered them into the chief judge's office, there's question about, can we arrest him here? Mm-hmm. And instead of risking that, they say, well, they can't stop us from following him through the public hallway outside. we'll arrest him outside.
And that's going to be a key
what
part of
they
the
do.
defense, because that's what she's trying to say, is there was confusion about this whole thing. The processes were not cut in stone. It wasn't very clear where people could or could not. That's what her defense is going to say. So that may be helpful to her as well. This has all been
And
very
that's where I
interesting.
say that so much of this case comes down to intent, to what was known or not known, to the confusion. Certainly the defense's case here, I mean, they can't argue with the video. What other explanation is for her to send him out a jury door instead of the public entrance? So they have to go with there was a lot of confusion here. There was a lot of concern. There was an atmosphere of
the warrants
of concern.
that we've been talking about, judicial versus administrative.
Right. So, I mean, obviously the defense has a case to make, and they're doing their best to make that case. Is it going to land with the jury? We'll find out, obviously, days from now. But that's a big piece of this is why didn't he go down the stairs, and why didn't Hannah Dugan go with him to say, these are the stairs you should be taking, if that was her intent?
Yeah, I just know if I was going to tell someone not to try and avoid the ICE agents in the hallway, I'd be pretty clear about telling them, hey, there's 2 doors. Make sure you take that door. Yeah. And for some reason in this case, this didn't happen. So we're still following it. We still got one person on the stand right now as we're following this trial, but still so much more to come. There's been surprises in day number 1. Stay with us. Judge on Trial coverage continues. 2 minutes here on Fox Local. We're going to take a quick break.
Back at the Wisconsin Live Desk, Judge on Trial, Brian Polson here with Fox 6's Ben Handelman, and we have a third person to join us now in studio. Once again, we are joined by Mordecai Lee, professor at Marquette University. Thank you so much, as always.
UWM.
I did it again, Mordecai. How many times have I done that? Anyway, UWM.
Let's start over. Mordecai Lee's here from UWM.
Yeah. Hey, all right. And I even said, Ben, you want to take this one back? He said, no, Brian, you've been leading the coverage. Brian, keep doing that.
You've been doing a great job. Mordecai, this has been fascinating. I don't think I've ever covered a trial like this, and you've been around, and this is not a political trial. This is a political trial, is it not? I mean, there's so many underlying politics about this.
I think there's no doubt that this is sort of like a referendum on President Trump's policy about immigration. And therefore, on the other side, on the left, this is a trial about immigration and making immigration easier as opposed to harder. So there's no way that this is not about the ideology of where American citizens stand on the issue of immigration.
But yet, that's not what the jurors are going to hear, right? In fact, Judge Edelman said no appeals to immigration leanings or feelings, no testimony or evidence about that. So while you can say on the sort of external and in context it's that referendum, the jurors really aren't going to hear any of that in arguments.
I think it's going to come out when the Chief Judge, Judge Ashley, is testifying. And I think he's number 3 or 4 on the list. In other words, the question to him is, what was the status of these draft guidelines that Judge Dugan said, you have to go to the Chief Judge's office? Those were draft guidelines. And I think what he's going to testify to is that as much as he wanted to do a good faith, formal policy, that he did not have any jurisdiction over the hallways of the courthouse. And if he didn't have jurisdiction over the hallways, sort of what's the point of having a policy? And that's why even since then, he's never promulgated, that's sort of the formal word for issuing. He's never issued a formal policy about what ICE can do in the courthouse.
Please don't use big words when we're on digital here, Mordecai. We're going to lose our audience here. I've been just really fascinated by some of the questions we've been getting here, and I think it shows some of the challenges that they had with seating this jury, because a lot of people have made up their mind. Depending how you feel, if you lean to the right or the left, it seems like, well, you've made up your mind on the circumstances of what happened. That's tough for the lawyers to try and convince a jury one way or the other. You don't know how those jurors feel.
You know, I think Judge Edelman was very careful in letting both the defense and the prosecution ask to pre-screen the jurors. In other words, the potential jurors got a questionnaire, and all the questions on the questionnaire came from the prosecution and from the defense. And he was very lenient about them being able to ask about, to a juror, what are your political inclinations? Do you know, how do you feel about X, Y, Z? So I think this was a pretty good filter. And even though people may have indicated on the questionnaire, the ones who survived and became jurors or the single alternate, I think that the attorneys for both sides felt that even though every American has an opinion about President Trump and every American has an opinion about legal immigration, that these people could survive it because they made a pledge that they would be, they believed that they could be as impartial as possible.
Yeah, always the biggest challenge. I want to talk to you about the judge. You know the judge very well.
Yeah. Milwaukee is such a small town.
Is that right?
I was a wee bit baby in 1974 when a private attorney, Lynn Edelman, decided he wanted to run for Congress. At that time, that was the 9th District of Milwaukee, which was essentially the WOW counties of the Milwaukee metropolitan area. And he was going to be the Democrat to challenge Glenn Davis, who was the Republican congressman at the time. And he was looking for a campaign manager. And I had just had writer's block on my dissertation. You know,
what kind of experience did you have to run a campaign?
I had a lot of opinions, and I used to watch the news a lot.
That hasn't changed, I don't think.
I was going to say, we know how you landed where you are now.
And so through a series of sort of coincidences, he asked me to fly back from Washington, be interviewed to be his campaign manager, and hired me. So I was his campaign manager when he ran for Congress in 1974, got to know him very well, got to know his politics very well and his personality very well. And then sort of our lives went in different directions. But he eventually got elected to the state Senate. I got elected to the state assembly, and we occasionally had contacts. But in 1982, I got elected from the assembly into the state Senate. Now we were colleagues, both in the same party. And we were on absolutely opposite sides when it came to the hot issues of the day, in particular issues of law and order and crime. He was Mr. ACLU, and I was Mr. Let's crack down on criminals, especially juvenile justice. And we were just hammer and tongs on every single issue. And to give you a sense of where he stood, I once testified on a bill in favor of more victim rights. And he was chair of the Judiciary Committee. So he's chairing the committee. I'm talking to him and the members. I'm saying this is a great bill. It gives victims so many more rights than they should have. And then I used the word, something along the lines of, and this will balance out the rights of the accused and the rights of victims. And he stopped me and he said, I don't see it that way. I don't see that there's a zero-sum relationship between the rights of the accused and the rights of the victims. He said this bill is fine because it doesn't take away any of the rights of the accused, and therefore he was willing to go along with it. And I think it's fair to continue to describe him as a person who is left of center in his private politics and who very much believes in civil liberties, including for the accused.
I think when you go back to the initial argument that the defense made in this case long before trial, it was judicial immunity. It was these are official acts, and that was really kind of the big swing. Let's just knock this case out right now. Judge Edelman didn't go for that. So if anyone says he's a liberal judge, she's a liberal judge, he's going to be on her side, it seems like that certainly demonstrated, at least at that stage of the case, politics wasn't going to play into the decision making.
Brian, I think there are two important details for what you're describing. First of all, he made the decision tentative to go into the trial, but he didn't deny them the right to raise the immunity issue later during the trial. So that might come back. And the other thing was very interesting, the opinion that he issued is a written opinion. And both sides submitted briefs on should there be immunity, should there not be immunity. And he goes through the arguments, and then he gets to where he has to give a conclusion. And his words were very soft. It was like, the better of the argument is the prosecution. Now, to me, that's like saying, gee, I wish I could have ruled another way. But on a 51-49% basis, I have to give it to the prosecution. The wording made it sound like he was reluctant to give it to
I've been wondering about, he's been attacked before this trial as the right has come out and said, liberal judge, this is a liberal judge. Do you think he's, and you know him, do you think he's aware of the press coverage, and then maybe would you try and be more mindful of that as you go into your decision making?
I think we have to go to the time when he was nominated by President Clinton and he was facing confirmation by the Senate. And his politics, his ideology conformed to President Clinton. It was logical for Clinton to name a state senator who was on the left to be a federal judge. But conservatives in Wisconsin, especially in the Milwaukee area, were lobbying Republican senators in the U.S. Senate to not confirm him. They kept sending messages. This guy will be on for life. Here he is. He's what, 83, 84, and he's still there. This guy will be on for life. He's a liberal. You shouldn't approve him. And the way he got through was because Tommy Thompson believed that if Lynn were promoted to be a judge and vacated his state Senate seat, Tommy believed that that district would elect a Republican. And if it elected a Republican, he would then have a majority in the state Senate. And I read somewhere an estimate that Tommy made more than 100 phone calls.
Just on that issue.
Just on that issue.
To get him through.
Right, because he
to make his life easier.
He was trying to neutralize all of the opposition that was coming from conservative circles in Wisconsin and Milwaukee.
But it was a strategic move at the time, not that he necessarily supported Judge Edelman, but that he wanted to win this Senate race.
In a sense, you might say that Tommy didn't care. And I say that with all due respect, but he didn't care how the judgeships would go. He cared about the Republicans being the majority in the state Senate.
Right, he had his priorities, and he wanted to get them through.
Absolutely.
Yeah, interesting.
And here we are in 2025. Obviously, Judge Edelman plays a big role, but there's a jury in this case now, and we know that there's 13 members. It was 14 at the beginning of this. And we were talking about this earlier. One juror has already called in sick and is missing the trial. We're down to one alternate. Typically, that would probably be okay, but we're in cold and flu season. And we know, is that a concern here? What happens if two more jurors come up with the flu or something and can't continue?
You know, it's interesting because over the weekend, before we lost that one juror, my daughter-in-law told me that there was a bug going through school where my grandson goes to school.
That's every school right now. Yeah. Someone who has a 5-year-old, yeah.
And that so many people were missing, and that she has such experience. And I remember when I was a father, that once it starts in school, everybody gets it. The kids, the teachers, and then their families get it, and their grandparents get it, and their parents get it. So I think you're right. The odds are that there's going to be one more juror who's going to come in sick. and then it's possible that there'll be a declaration of a mistrial, that they'll just have to start all over again.
If that happens. We were hoping for a quick trial, but we're still on the first witness. We've got some old Judge Ailman video, and we want you, Mordecai, to guess the year, if we can roll the video, because there it is.
Okay, that looks like it's...
I actually don't know the answer, but maybe our producers maybe can figure out what answer, what year this is.
I think that's sort of the mid to late 70s going into the early 80s. When he was obviously as a candidate for Congress and then as a judge. Okay, now this is when he became a judge.
Obviously during COVID.
Right, I think that's what the swearing in for Ambassador Barrett, when Ambassador Barrett needed to be sworn in officially.
And there's pictures from the courtroom today. Obviously, it's a federal case, so we've got our drawings.
Now, I have a question. Maybe one of you can answer it. The U.S. Supreme Court does not permit photography in the U.S. Supreme Court building, but it permits live audio. Why is there not live audio here?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. I know they are allowing audio and video in rooms that our media can witness, but cannot stream it live.
You don't want to take me down that road, because to me, here's the thing, and I know that in federal courts we've not been able to get cameras or any of these audio streams for a long time. They are streaming audio and video out of the courtroom, but only to these overflow rooms for members of the public, not just the media. And it does seem interesting that you would transmit audio and video to another room full of members of the public, but not to everybody else who's members of the public, because there's something between the one room and everywhere else that changes the nature of the case or whatever it may be.
Brian, I bet within the next day there are going to be bootlegs.
The bootleg Hannah Dugan trial tapes?
Absolutely. In other words, a member of the public sits there quietly and tapes it. The quality is going to be terrible. It'll be muffled.
This is like Kramer in the movie theater, right?
Absolutely.
I can't imagine those are going for a heavy price.
Can I ask you what you think the impact of this trial will be? Obviously, there was some grand pictures taken when Hannah Dugan was arrested, sent out from the FBI director. There was a lot of attention on this when this first broke. Now the trial is going to happen. What do you think the impact is for us and the rest of the country?
Well, the first thing that really strikes me is that I saw that there was a public notification that there's going to be a demonstration tonight in front of the federal courthouse in favor of Judge Dugan and against her conviction. So in other words, these are people from the left who support her position. What strikes me is the vacuum. Where's the counter demonstration coming from the right? You would think that there are plenty of conservatives in Wisconsin and Milwaukee who think that if there's going to be news coverage tonight of a demonstration that's going to be live on the 6 o'clock news, that they should also have a counter demonstration so they can be live on the 6 o'clock news.
Can you remember a time, though, when conservatives have been the big demonstrators? Other than the Tea Party demonstrations, when have conservatives really been the ones who have been out? It doesn't seem like it's maybe the MO quite as much.
Nonetheless, Republicans are media savvy enough that they know that all they need is half a dozen people standing on the curbside across the street from the pro-Dugan demonstrators, holding up signs and yelling some kind of slogan, that would justify equal time in terms of the coverage. Why aren't we seeing that? Now, I'm not trying to encourage it. I'm not trying to cause it. But it seems to me that, Brian, you're really talking about the sociology of the difference between the left and the right. The left very much has this gene, this DNA of demonstrating. Now, they're not demonstrating during the trial, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, there was a press conference this morning.
They have essentially every morning they have a press conference. I believe there's going to be something more this afternoon. They have sort of more formal and organized. It's not the organic protests you would see, like during a George Floyd situation, the summer of 2020. These aren't organic protests. These are organized, and there's people out there with signs. But they're not. I mean, it could have to do with the fact that it's negative 20 degrees outside. You know, I mean, I'm sure that doesn't. This would be different in July maybe than it is in the middle of December.
I've also been interested on the media attention. There was so much of it. The shock and awe of a sitting judge being arrested over federal versus local rights. There's so many different issues that we've been talking about here on the news. As it's gotten closer, it doesn't seem like it's gotten louder. This is the national media, the attention. There's a lot going on. Obviously, a lot's happened in the last 24, 48 hours. It's been a terrible weekend as far as national and international tragedies. But do we have the kind of eye on Milwaukee that we were expecting when this case first started.
Ben, I wouldn't be surprised if on the nightly news from the national networks that they might have a short squib about it. They might have a little bit of video. They might have a stand-up of a reporter. In other words, a kind of a day-to-day coverage, but a very short summary. I think that as the week goes on, and if this spills into next week, I think we're going to be seeing more coverage because there's going to be much more detail that comes out.
Mordecai Lee, UWM professor, here with us on our coverage of Judge on Trial. We will be back here in the Wisconsin Live Desk in just a couple of minutes with more from Mordecai.
It's like this is the trial.
Ben Handelman, Brian Polson, UWM Professor Emeritus Mordecai Lee is here as a judge on trial. The Hannah Dugan trial continues, and a special agent, an FBI special agent, Aaron Luker, is still on the stand. Cross-examination is currently happening right now. That's the only witness that has been called so far in day one of this fascinating trial that a lot of eyes are on as this Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge is facing federal charges.
I want to remind you that we are asking for you to bring us your questions, especially as we have experts here like Professor Mordecai Lee. If you have a question, and I don't know if we've got the full screen to put up, but we've got a QR code right there in the bottom right part of your screen. You can get out the camera on your phone, scan that, it'll bring up a link. You click that link and you can fill out your name and info, and then also make sure you fill out the question part so that you can ask us a question. We have one here from James in Heartland who asked, how many years in prison could she see if found guilty, she being Judge Hannah Dugan, and would she be stripped of her duties as a judge forever? Let's start with that second part, Mordecai. If the government succeeds here in convicting Judge Dugan, would she lose her judgeship?
She's a state official who's being charged in a federal court. So it can get a little confusing about who's who. But the rule of thumb in Wisconsin state law, and I believe it might even be our Constitution, that any public official who's convicted of a felony automatically loses office. When I was in the state assembly, there was a member of the legislature who got convicted of, it was a gun crime, if I recall correctly. He was convicted of a federal felony, and the next day there was a vacancy in his seat.
Now, Hannah Dugan is charged with one felony and one misdemeanor. So if she's convicted of the felony, you're saying, so far as the law says, done. But what if she's acquitted of the felony and convicted of the misdemeanor?
this gets interesting. As a professor of government, now we're really getting into some very stimulating subjects. No, if she's convicted of the misdemeanor, she could theoretically be sent to prison for up to 1 year. This would be a federal prison. Misdemeanors tend to cap out at 1 year. If it's more than a year, then that would have been a felony. So it's possible she could be sent to a federal prison. It's possible that everything will be on hold until all the appeals are exhausted. Theoretically, the state Supreme Court could say, you're convicted of a misdemeanor, so you're still in office, but we're going to maintain your suspension until everything is worked out. So, in other words, it has to be clear. Plus, the state Supreme Court could decide on its own disciplinary procedures against her if she's convicted of a misdemeanor and not a felony.
But with the misdemeanor, it is not automatic.
No, it's
like
not
it is
automatic.
with the felony. Now, if she's acquitted of both, or if she's convicted of a misdemeanor and the Supreme Court doesn't take that action, she does. I mean, judges in Wisconsin are elected. So when would she next be up for re-election, and where this could be up to the voters to decide?
Right. Judge Dugan was re-elected in 2022, and in Wisconsin, circuit judges serve for 6-year terms. So that means she's not up next year, the spring of 26. Right now, people who are running in the spring of 26 are already circulating nomination papers.
Those names are out, right?
Yeah.
Right. So this does not affect her in the short term. She would be up in 28. So if she got back on the bench, her term would expire in 28. She could run for re-election in 28. I'm sure it would be a controversial election. Presumably there would be somebody from the right who would oppose her. And then you'd have another election that's a referendum on immigration.
Yep. But again, she's a Milwaukee County judge, and as a professor of politics, she would be on the home court. It would be an interesting election to follow to see how this could affect her in her own backyard.
You know, there's a chunk of Wisconsinites and Milwaukeeans who are not automatically Democrats or automatically Republicans. And especially in a nonpartisan race, which judges are, even though we sort of can say, oh, there's the secret Republican and there's the secret Democrat. You know.
Well, and the commercials will instantly try and paint people those pictures, whether or not they actually are those people.
So I think we should not assume that Milwaukee County, a majority of Milwaukee County, would automatically re-elect her. I think this would be a photo finish kind of race because it would symbolize everything about Wisconsin politics right now.
Well, and I do think there's some places where things might cross those lines, because there are maybe some people who lean conservative who say, I just don't like the idea of arresting judges in cases like this. And on the other side, I've heard people who probably lean left who are saying, yeah, but she shouldn't have done that. Shouldn't have told them go out the back court. I mean, so even though you may have a leaning, some people may look at the conduct here or the context and say, I'm just not on board with that.
You know, I think there's going to be another ripple from this case, and that's going to be the Democratic primary for governor. In other words, right now we've got, a baker's dozen worth of candidates who are running to succeed Governor Evers. They're going to be facing each other in the August 26 primary. August 26 isn't that far away. I wouldn't be surprised if some of them take a position of being pro-Dugan.
They're going to get asked. What was your stance on what happened with that trial?
A shrewd politician would say, that's for the courts to decide.
Campaign manager hats back on here.
But a shrewder politician would either decide, I'm going to go with the pro-Dugan voters. I'm going to say, absolutely, positively, she shouldn't have been arrested, she shouldn't have been accused, she shouldn't have been tried, figuring that to win a 10-way Democratic primary.
Yeah, that's primary talk.
That's primary
talk. That's not general talk.
And in a Democratic and Republican primary, you only need more votes than another candidate. So if you got, let's say, 8 serious candidates, you could win the primary with, I don't know, 20% of the vote.
Yeah.
And that would be a landslide.
Maybe the shrewdest candidate says just enough to convince those voters that they're on their side for the primary, but then they can move right back to the Senate, right? That's how it works.
You know, there's a conservative wing of the Democratic Party that we don't hear often about, because the Democratic Party has become sort of the pro-choice party, the liberal party, the civil liberties party. But I wouldn't be surprised if one of those baker's dozen candidates for governor decides, I'm going to go for those 15% of Democratic voters who are conservative. I mean, I'm going to be anti-Dugan, and I'm going to say that President Trump and FBI did it right. And for all we know, that might be enough to win a highly fractured primary.
So, yeah, there are huge implications for what happens with this trial. You were talking about what you're hearing. I'm hearing it from a lot of people, too, who are telling me, I don't think she should have done what she did, but also I don't think she should face federal charges for it, which is a whole nother section of people's beliefs out there. I don't know how that would play in to the courtroom, but that's certainly something that might be on jurors' minds, right?
You know, Ben, when you talked about right now we're in the midst of the cross-examination of the first witness, I believe she's an FBI agent,
who's still on
Special Agent Aaron Decker.
Still being crossed for as
Aaron
we
Luker,
speak.
excuse me, Aaron Luker.
The points that she testified for the prosecution, it seems to me, encapsulated all of the issues of this trial about where the judge was, what she said, what she did, where she went, what she told so-and-so. And so I wouldn't be surprised if the cross-examination also lasts a long time. And I wouldn't be surprised if people feel that, in a sense, this was the trial. And they'll make up their minds if the prosecution is justifiable and she should be convicted, or if the prosecution was not justified and she should be acquitted.
UWM Professor Emeritus Mordecai Lee, you're with us all week, am I right?
Yes.
So you're going to have more of this expert analysis throughout the week. Thank you for your time.
Good stuff.
My pleasure.
Today. We're going to take a break. We got, another hour of this to go before we take you to Fox 6 News at 4, 5, and 6.
We got another witness going to come on the stand. We'll see who that is coming up. 2-minute break. We'll be right back. Judge on trial, Ben Handelman. Brian Polson joining you here from the Fox 6 studios. Fascinating day one of the Hannah Dugan trial. The Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge on trial as the U.S. government says she was trying to help a defendant evade ICE and is now facing 2 federal charges because of this. We've got our team all throughout the region, really. We've got them in the Milwaukee County Courthouse where this happened, and then everything's happening in the federal courthouse, which is interesting for us. Federal court cases, you can't show video, we don't have audio, but our teams are covering.
And because of that, we have people all over the federal courthouse, too, because there is the courtroom itself where our Bill Miston is there providing us live notes that we can share with you. And then there is an overflow room where they're streaming video and audio, and reporters can be, there's like a media room. There's a room for the public, too. But the reporter room, room, they can watch what's going on. That's on, I think, the 4th floor of the courthouse. It's a big federal courthouse. And then all the way on the complete opposite side of the building, about as far away as you can get from that room, is a media room where people can do live reports on camera. And we're going to have Ted Perry up in just a minute doing that. And I bring it up for this reason. You can't be in the same room doing on-camera live reports as a room that has the video and audio stream, because they don't allow that out publicly. So Ted has to be up in one room, take the elevator down, go all the way across the courthouse, get set up, and then talk to us about what he's seen. That's what's going on at the federal courthouse right now.
Yeah.
And I just killed enough time for Ted Perry to be set up and ready in that media room at the federal courthouse. And if I'm right about that, I think we've got Ted Perry live at the federal courthouse. Ted, are you out of breath? How long did it take you to get there? How many steps have you gotten in today?
I'm letting the elevator do all the work, guys, so steps don't enter
That's
into it.
the Ted
you're
Perry
right.
I know.
It is like having a washing machine on the 4th floor and the dryer in the basement. It's just not conducive. You can wash clothes in one room, but you can't dry them there. You can only dry clothes here, but you can't wash them.
Yeah.
So
Ted, get us up to speed
you've laid
here.
it out pretty well, Brian.
This has been fascinating to me. I mean, we've had the opening statements. We knew those were coming today. I was expecting multiple witnesses by this point. We've only had one person take the stand. What is happening inside that courtroom right now?
Special Agent Erin Lukers, who you're talking about, she is the one who is analyzing. She's a prosecution witness, as they are all going to be, several dozen until the defense takes over. We don't know how many the defense is planning on calling, but yeah, this is day one, and we've gotten to just the opening statements and one witness. I believe we are on to the second witness. Christine, can you confirm that? They're in a 10-minute recess right now, but then the second witness of the day is going to come out. You learn a lot of acronyms covering this, and I'm giving them to you now, not to show off, but to tell you you're going to hear these terms. And so let's get used to them. FOW, Field Operations Worksheet. Why is that important? Well, because there is a system, there's a way that these federal agents, and again, when you come to federal agents, you're talking FBI, you're talking ICE, you're talking ERO. That stands for Enforcement and Removal Operations. So a lot of acronyms that the jurors are having to learn and digest. But the prosecution spent a lot of time today showing videos, showing pictures, laying out, showing grids, if you will, of the courthouse, and what is this, and what is that hallway there, and where does that lead to? All of this is to show that, hey, Judge Dugan knew the courthouse. She knew which way to send this defendant, Eduardo Flores-Ruiz, and his attorney. And there's a particular video that they've been showing. It's not shot particularly well. It's certainly not a professional video. And it's a little shaky at times. And it shows what happens once you leave the judge's chambers and go out into the hallway, that one door, that hallway that's only for jurors, that restricted hallway. And then that video continues. You got to picture this with me now. And at the end of that video, there's a door here and there's a door here. Well, the door here leads down a flight of stairs. The door here, which is ultimately the door where he left, goes right back out into the public hallway in which we've seen so much of that surveillance video.
Which is flooded with ICE agents.
You got to remember that. Exactly. On this side of the door and this side of the door. Exactly right, Ben. So Jason Luzak, who's one of the defense attorneys, after the prosecution showed that video this morning, he asked for it to be seen again, and he had Special Agent Erin Luker take him through it. And he said, hold on a second. Why are you showing us going down a flight of stairs? The defendant didn't go down the flight of stairs. They went out the door into the public hallway, as if to say, this is misleading, as if to say to jurors, oh, they're trying to trick you here a little bit. And the agent didn't have an answer for it. She said, I didn't shoot the video. There was a lighter moment talking about that video because it's not, I'm talking to you on a tripod right now with a professional photojournalist, Garrett Harrington, shooting the way here. But whoever shot this was a little shaky, which led Jason Luzak to joke, kind of a Blair Witch Project video, don't you think? And then admitted that might be a dated reference.
Yeah, it might be.
But so now, I get where the defense is going with that. I do know that the prosecution has already, at least in its opening statements, raised the audio in which there are some statements about using those stairs.
Yeah, the word stairs, because we know the audio's not great. Okay, that's two people whispering.
Yeah.
But they focused in, Ted, right, on you could hear the judge, Hannah Dugan, say something about stairs.
Something about stairs, but specifically what, and what she meant by that. And she didn't lead them out. She just pointed them out into that restricted hallway. She didn't take them down the stairs. She didn't lead them, but it's whatever she said to her attorney, which is going to be very interesting when Mercedes De La Rosa takes the stand, if she is called to testify. What did the judge tell you exactly about what that door goes and where that door goes?
I thought Jason Calvey, he did a great job, because he was showing us, because he's in the courthouse right now, Milwaukee County Courthouse. There's two doors he could have gone through. He went out door number one, right past all the ICE agents that the U.S. government is saying that the judge was trying to make him allude to. Door number two takes you downstairs, but it's not a private staircase. It doesn't take you to a secret tunnel out a back door. It puts you down to the 5th floor. And I noticed that in cross-examination a few minutes ago. The defense says, okay, so you get down on the 5th floor. You still got to go by checkpoints.
Yeah,
two checkpoints and the shoe shine guy.
Yeah, I thought the shoe shine guy got brought up.
The shoe shine guy. He's one of the best guys in the courthouse. I love that guy. But I will say this, and I can relate to some of this on a personal level because of what I do. We go to the courthouse many times, and we are looking to interview someone who doesn't want to be interviewed. And we can't go do that in a courtroom. We have to wait in a public hallway. And there are times when you are waiting for someone to come out. Maybe it's a high-profile case, and maybe the judge or the parties know media's waiting outside. It is not that it's never happened that someone who the media is looking for has been ushered out a side door and down some stairs and got away, and we're all standing around a half hour later going, what happened to that person?
I was going to ask you guys.
It does happen.
Have you guys had, I have a case, I remember specifically trying to interview someone in the Sheboygan County Courthouse who was a mother of a suspect, and I really wanted to talk to her about and illegally buying a weapon was the story. And they took her down a staircase I had no access to. They were trying to shield her from the media. We caught her in the parking lot because we knew what they were doing. But you bring up a point. It does happen that people end up in staircases that to get out of people's hair. But it's a little different in this case, though, when you're saying you're trying to evade.
It does seem from what Ted's
agents.
saying, though, is that both sides, that's going to really be the key here, is trying to convince the jury of that. To either convince the jury, well, why else would she send him out a jury door if it wasn't to get away? Or, well, they didn't go down the stairs, so why are you trying to mislead us and think they went down the stairs when they didn't? That's really what this case comes down to, right?
And it's almost as if Luzak was waiting to get his chance to show that video again to kind of imply that it was misleading. Because as you see in the next video, they do walk out into the hallway where most of that surveillance video is taken. Luzak did actually go after a couple more things here. This is Special Agent Aaron Luker, who analyzed all the digital information and, was being presented by the prosecution as an expert witness in the ins and outs of the Milwaukee County Courthouse. And when Luzak got a chance to cross-examine her, he said, can you describe an average day in the Milwaukee County Courthouse, a routine day? Basically, the question he asked was, how are you so sure of your expertise in the courtroom? In which he was told to rephrase, and then he said, do you know what a routine day in the courtroom would look like? And she admitted, no, I don't, because she's not often stationed there. And another thing we get into, let's go back to that FOW guy, that field
the point of that, though,
worksheet.
Ted, was because they said, the first thing they said on this case was, this was not routine. Judges wearing robes in the hallway, right?
Yeah, good point. That's exactly right, Beck. And that goes back to our whiteboard for opening statements. We have the whiteboard.
Oh, wow.
Was this business as usual? That was the question that they asked in opening statements there. Was this business as usual? Trying to point out that this was not routine. And yeah, Ben, that's a very important point that you bring back up.
Yeah, there's the defense trying to say, well, you don't even know what routine is. You just said that, right?
Right, because exactly what Luzak is saying. Do you really know what a routine day is? To which the special agent had to admit she did not. But earlier, it was testified by Special Agent Luker that courthouses are good places for arrests because the person they're looking for likely has been screened going through security. Well, then they played some video, and Luzak said, isn't that a kid in the hallway with his mom? Yeah, is that a safe place to make an arrest right there? And why do you need 5 agents? Because they did show another arrest not related to this case taking place in which one deputy arrested one defendant. And the point is, why do you need 5 or 6 agents here surveilling this guy, following this guy, when one deputy could have done it? And
okay,
why
it kind of
didn't
seems
you,
like what
if you
happened
had
proves
some
why they might have
FBI
needed
let me just finish.
they needed 6
finish.
because 4 of them were huddled in the chief judge's office.
They could have used 30 on that day, maybe.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and why didn't? Because this FOW, this Field Operations Worksheet, says, you know, you can't arrest him in a car. You had agents following him. Why didn't you just arrest him in the car? Why were you surveilling him all the way into the courthouse? So a lot of questions about the procedure, about the methods being used by the federal agents in this case, and that you're going to see where the defense is going to try to undermine the prosecution's case that took about an hour and a half, 2 hours
I'm
this
curious,
morning and into the afternoon.
That question is interesting. If they were surveilling him in the car on the way there, I know for me, one of the reasons we like courthouse appointments is when you're looking for someone, you know when and where they'll be, and when they show up and they check in, you have absolute identification. That's the person I'm looking for, not a mistaken identity that they look like him. But I imagine it sounds like federal agents must have known exactly who he was. But what's the defense trying to say there? That they intentionally did this in the courthouse to make a political statement, or what are they leading at? What other reason would there be to wait to go into the courthouse if it wasn't for knowing where he was going to be, or identity, or security, or something like that?
I think the point that's trying to be made is you had ample opportunity on other locations and other areas to make this arrest. Why are you doing it in a place where he assumed he would be safe? Because we keep talking about this change in policy, and that Stephen Biskupik, the lead defense attorney for Judge Dugan, said anger, confusion, even paranoia. He said that in his opening statement, that this policy, or lack thereof, it was a draft policy at this point, a draft policy on how to handle ICE agents in the county courthouse. Well, Lusak brought that up again with the special agent, and he said, look, they followed policy. And she said it was a draft policy. And he said, given the choice between a draft policy and no policy, wouldn't you follow the draft policy? Question she evaded, but the point was being made. She was doing what she was supposed to be doing. She alerted the chief judge. She had another judge go down, take these agents down to Chief Judge Carl Ashley. So every point that the prosecution has made all day, the defense is chipping away at right now.
Do we know if that draft policy included anything about, for instance, using the jury door, sending someone out, or was it simply about alerting the chief judge and letting him handle it?
It wasn't that close to being specific yet, Brian. It was still call the court administrator or get in touch with the chief judge, both of whom share an office at the end of the hallway. So if you're directing people, you're directing them down that same hallway. The prosecution's trying to make the point that this was done to buy time for Dugan to take the attorney and the defendant here, Eduardo Flores-Ruiz, down this secret hallway that only jurors can, a restricted hallway, I shouldn't say secret, restricted hallway that jurors could use. Prosecutors say, and our defense team says, that's rubbish. She was just trying to keep the day moving along. It's a very chaotic day. 33 cases on her docket. She wanted to be out by noon. It was Good Friday. She wanted to get to church services.
I wonder,
so the contrast here is...
One more point on that, Ted. I just want to ask, because I do think, and I imagine this will come up, I don't know if it did in any of the testimony you heard, but if she just wanted to make sure that agents checked in with the chief judge per policy, why was it necessary to direct all 5 of the ones she saw? Because wouldn't you just need one person to check in? If the argument is you were trying to get them out of the way, doesn't that play into the government's argument that she went and made sure everyone she could identify was out of that hallway?
Well, I think that's a question that's going to come up later, and that line of questioning is going to come up later. It wasn't that specific. You might be a step ahead of everybody here, Brian, because that particular point wasn't brought up.
Yeah, okay, I'm just getting an update from the courtroom. The judge is back in. The break appears to be over. Watska seated at the government. I'm not sure who that is sitting at the table.
Oh, that's one of the prosecutors.
One of the prosecutors. They're just waiting for some of the yeah, they're waiting for some of the attorneys to get back in the courtroom. Do we know who this next witness is going to be now that we're finally moving on to number 2, Ted? We got to take a quick break here, but I'm just wondering.
Let me check Bill's notes. Hey, Christina, do you know who the next witness is?
I don't think it's been announced.
I don't think we have the name yet. So
okay, here's what we'll do. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break, and then we'll figure out who's going to be on the witness stand.
Okay.
when we come back. So hang with us here. Judge on trial.
It's a cliffhanger.
A cliffhanger. You can't go anywhere. We got to find out who the second person is. Stay with us. You're watching it exclusively here on Fox Local. Judge on Trial coverage continues here on Fox Local. That is Brian Polson. I'm Ben Handelman. We're excited for our next guest. It's former U.S. Attorney James Santel who's joining us. Man, does he know everybody in the room. As someone who used to be in that courthouse with that high position, James, who's winning? That's all I want to know right out of the gate here.
That's what the jury is already trying to figure out, right? As you've been discussing for the past few moments or so, it's very early in the trial. They've heard opening statements, which are these plans stated by both sides about what the trial will hopefully show, depending upon what the side is. And now we've had a first witness on the stand, the FBI agent, a second one coming up. The jury is now in that process, which is methodical, and it proceeds apace of determining who's got the better argument here. And of course, as you know well, the government has the burden to show beyond a reasonable doubt, unanimously to these jurors, that their case is the better one.
You know, we've got the story within the story all the time right here. On the defense team, you've got former U.S. Attorney Stephen Biskupik, who is on the defense side right now, and three of his proteges are leading the prosecution. Can you talk about some of these legal minds that are obviously going toe-to-toe here?
Absolutely. We all know each other. We're all in the U.S. Attorney's Office at the same time. Steve and I worked for the same federal district court judge, a fellow named Robert Warren, many years ago. Steve was the U.S. Attorney. Again, I was the interim U.S. Attorney between a U.S. Attorney and Steve. And then after Steve was the U.S. Attorney, I was the court-appointed U.S. Attorney. We know each other well. We worked together repeatedly, principally on criminal cases there. I did a lot of civil work as well. I know Kelly Watzko well. I know Keith Alexander well. They were part of the prosecution team, the criminal division when I was U.S. Attorney. And so, yes, we all know each other. All of them in that courtroom right now know each other very well.
I love smart people, and this has got to be one of the biggest gatherings of smart people in our region. When you have a case like this, where did the case, do you think, come from? As you know all these people, did this come from locally, the decision to make these charges happen? Or we know, especially with all the pictures that came out when the arrest happened and the charges came down, that there was a higher, a lot of people in Washington were watching this case. Was there pressure from Washington to make these charges?
Right, Ben, I think that is the question that probably is outside of the purview of this specific jury, but let's give some timing again to that. At the time that these charges were issued, the interim U.S. attorney was Rick Froling. He was actually my criminal chief. He was the U.S. attorney at the time, made the decisions. Presumably, you don't do something of this magnitude absent consultation with what's called Main Justice, the criminal division there, probably the Deputy Attorney General, maybe even the Attorney General. As you just said, Ben, obviously the Department of Justice in Washington watching this case closely. Rick had to sign off on that original decision to seek an indictment before the grand jury. And other important civics point to understand, U.S. attorneys and attorneys general, lawyers do not have the opportunity, do not have the option under the Constitution of charging anybody. This comes from a grand jury, as we know. It's 23 people. They were convened, presumably probable cause determined by them, and that's how we get here. But it has to be signed off on by the interim U.S. attorney, the U.S. attorney at that time. We know now the U.S. attorney is Brad Schimmel. He's also in an interim spot. So again, lots of players on this. But yes, has to get authorization by the chief federal law enforcement officer at the time. That was Rick Froling. And now it's Brad Schimmel. Was previously Steve Biskupik. Previously was me. Other people in the legacy here of the U.S. Attorney's Office. Absolutely.
This qualifies as a high-profile case for sure when you have those kinds of people who are involved. Let me ask this because I know one of the things the defense is going to make a point of in this case is what they have said publicly outside the courtroom and to the media is that there was a rush to judgment here. So you've got the facts of the case, you've got the evidence, the cameras and the audio and things like that. But to what level will the system be on trial here in terms of how the investigation was operated and was there some bias in that investigation? How much of a role do you think that's going to play? And how, as a prosecutor, do you overcome that?
Right. I think that the defense is going to want to both do what we saw already this morning, focusing principally on intent. We saw that from both the statement by the prosecutors, by Keith, and also obviously by defense counsel, by Steve, as they're articulating what the position will be. Intent is huge. Geography is huge. And I mentioned both of those things, Brian, just because the judge in the end is going to tell the jury, you've got to make a decision based only upon the things that you have seen in the four corners of this magnificent courtroom 390 there. And he is going to say you should not be focused upon other things like politics, other things that were probably almost certainly the subject of examination during the jury selection that we saw last Thursday. Even so, the defense plainly will attempt to not only describe the timeline here, but perhaps also these motivations. Juries live in the real world, right? And they are reading the newspapers and they're understanding what's going on here. To the extent the defense wants to make a complete defense, and they're very good at doing that. All the defense lawyers are excellent lawyers. They're going to want to subtly, if not so subtly, deposit into the minds of the jurors not only the facts of this case, establishing intent or lack of intent, but also the context, Brian, as you just indicated, and ask what is the role of the Department of Justice. There's the seal of the government right there in that courtroom, and that will also be, I suspect, a part of the presentation as this goes on. It'll be fascinating to see what kind of a defense case they put on, and if that will also be a part of their component presentation.
James, Ted Perry's inside the federal courthouse. We're going to try something. He's going to try and ask a question here to you since we've got you on the line. Ted, go ahead.
Great.
Thanks,
Ted.
guys. Speaking of Brad Schimmel, hey, James, I'm going to ask you a question in a second, but you brought up Brad Schimmel. I rode the elevator with him after opening statements. I said, thoughts? And he looked at me as if to say, are you kidding me? I'm not going to give you my thoughts. He said, I wouldn't, plus the judge has told us not to say anything. So that makes sense there. So it's good to have James with us. Let me ask you this. So much time was spent today on the layout of the courthouse, from grids to maps to this door and this door, and really dry testimony. Why take so much time for that? It almost seemed to go on a little long and only became more interesting when Jason Luzek took over and made a few jokes about a couple different things. Can that backfire going into too much detail?
It depends upon, of course, the attention of the jury, which we always assume is very focused. And so unless you're doing things that are truly irrelevant, if you're talking about the price of parking in the courthouse, that kind of thing you're not going to get into. But I think, Ted, your question is so important because what this case is all about, once again, is geography. And that is the geography of Judge Dugan's courtroom, those hallways, the hallways that are public, that are adjacent to her courtroom, the general area, how long it takes to get to the chief judge's chambers up there on the 6th floor. Geography is hugely important. Why? Because it, once again, as we were just talking, Ben and Brian, about the intent of the judge. What did she intend to do when she was directing the agents to go to see the judge? How long did that take? There was focus in the course of the opening statements about the timing of all of this. Why is the geography so important?
I can answer that. 2 minutes and 49 seconds. Yeah.
There it is. And again, you think, gosh, after all this time, you almost get the sense that this was hours. It wasn't. These events are very, very quick. And so what it means in part is you're establishing for the jury, if you're the prosecution, the notion that the judge is doing things from the prosecution perspective quickly and trying, obviously, to direct those agents in a way that would prevent them from doing their job. Those are the 2 counts in the indictment, the obstruction count included. If you're the defense, you're going to say, this was not a premeditated matter. This is not one of those things where she sat down and said, I'm going to purposely go ahead and try to undermine the purpose of government here. It was happening very quickly. And she was also trying to do what? She was having court that day, right? Mr. Eduardo Flores-Ruiz was one of several defendants in her courtroom. So timing is important, and so is therefore the geography. Where are people moving? And what are they doing when they're in these various spots? You can be sure that in the closing argument, both sides are going to make reference to, I suspect, their maps, which you, Ted, have in front of you there. And they're going to describe for the jury why it is the geography of this case supports their particular position and why it establishes intent in one direction or another.
All right.
Gotcha.
Well,
thank you.
So I have a question with just the second witness on the stand now. We've talked about the potential length of the trial.
Anthony Nims, let's just say that real quick, too. It's a deportation officer.
That's the second.
Who's the second witness who's on the stand right now?
So we've got a long way to go, we know, in this case. We've talked about the timing of it right now. This is more of a matter of where we had the juror call in sick this morning. There's a juror who couldn't make it. We have one alternate left. And I think there was a difficult decision this morning that the judge had to make, which was, do we wait a day and see if this juror can come back so we've got a little more of a security blanket? We know sickness is going around, and the judge wants to get this moving. So says, let's move forward. There's one alternate left. What happens if 2 more people call in sick? Is that a mistrial? Does this whole thing have to start over again at some point?
You've got it just right, Brian. That's why I think everybody agreed with the judge in saying, let's go ahead today. But he had a couple of alternatives. One is, let's see if time will pass and this jury could come back. That's a little bit of the risk. It's not a huge risk. It's the reason why I've got 2 alternates. But you're absolutely right, Brian. And I don't mean to pose any specter here for your listeners and your viewers here. But if you lose, you can lose 1 more juror and still go ahead. If you lose 2 of them, then you're down to 11. Then you do not have a proper jury in the federal system, and you declare a mistrial if that should happen. And that could happen at any time until, frankly, deliberation, and even during that period of time. And so we've got basically a little bit more than at least 4 or 5 more days to go. We need to hope that the jury continues to be as full and vigorous and healthy, at least, as 13 of the 14 have been up to this point. It is an issue for consideration. You get a mistrial if you do not have enough jurors there. You can't go ahead with 11 or 10 or 9. You've got to have a new trial then.
Now, the good news is it's a 4 or 5 day trial. It's not like the Diddy trial where we're going to go on like weeks and weeks and weeks here.
Right.
So we just got to make it through the next few days. And hopefully if someone sniffles, they just tough it out for.
They're all washing their hands with soap and water every chance they get.
Yeah.
I do want to know, or want to ask you this, because as a former U.S. attorney, you obviously know you've got elements you have to prove. And I think what's interesting here is we've got 2 charges. There's a felony and there's a misdemeanor. The felony charge, the more serious charge, actually has some language that I was surprised that this would be the key, but this is how law works. But it's not just proving that she obstructed or concealed, but that it interfered with a proceeding. And the term proceeding seems to be something that's going to be an issue. Can you talk a little bit about that and how difficult that can be to get a jury to really kind of make sense of that?
Yes, absolutely. And this is where the intersection of facts, which are determined by the jury, and also the law, which is given to them by whom? By the judge. At the end of this process, late in this week, as you're covering this, you're going to hear from the judge who's going to read to them all sorts of instructions. And the attorneys will be arguing about what those instructions say. One of the things that the judge will have to instruct them on, in addition to all kinds of other things related to intent and how you figure out who's telling the truth and who may not be credible, is an issue like proceeding. And they will argue about that in closed chambers. And then the judge will almost certainly instruct them on what a proceeding is as a legal matter. And they will then have to apply the facts that the attorneys and the parties have presented to determine whether or not this is a proceeding that was in fact interrupted, obstructed by the defendant here, Judge Hannah Dugan. There are lots of different components of this. As I say, it's easy to talk just about geography and intent, but language also matters hugely when it comes especially to these kinds of cases where you're talking about a particularly crafted kind of event. Proceeding is one of those, and the jury's going to have to make some determinations. Again, we're not going to see that. Deliberations are in closed quarters, but the judge is going to have to tell them what that means, give them a definition, and then they're going to have to apply that definition to the facts.
James, what do you think of the video? It doesn't look good. I mean, she walks out, she tells the ICE agents to go this way, she goes back in the courtroom, suddenly the defendant's walking out of a door, and the ICE agents have been moved to, I mean, that video doesn't look good for her.
The answer, of course, is that it's all subject to interpretation. You're right. If I'm the prosecutor, and I once was, and again, know the present prosecutors very well, they are going to do, Ben, exactly what you did, which is to argue to the jury, look at this. And they're going to talk about their common sense, right? That's another part of the jury instruction. Use your common sense, jurors. What is she doing in the hallway, they will argue? She is biding time, right? So the defendant can, Mr. Flores-Ruiz can leave through this other door. That's their theory. Defense will come forward and probably say, no, you've got it all wrong. We don't have audio from that period of time. But what she was trying to do is negotiate a decent justice-based result. She had no intent to send somebody through the door. That's what they'll argue based upon the same video. And this is why we have juries. This is why juries are so interesting. It depends upon your interpretation, your common sense interpretation of what was going on, what her purpose, what her motive, what her intent was, even in having those conversations in the hallway. We have another judge, obviously, here's Cristela Cervera comes out. You see her as well. All of that. What was that? An attempt to divert as a part of this overall plan to undermine the process, or was that something quite benign and beneficial even to the system?
And the burden's on the prosecution here. I mean, the defense almost doesn't need to say what Hannah Dugan was actually doing, right?
Well, they do have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she had the intent to do this. And the defense doesn't have to prove anything, right? All they've got to show, as you were just indicating, all these little cracks and things that suggest that the prosecution case is not as strong as it otherwise would be. Defense doesn't have to do a thing during a trial. It's all on the prosecution to show intent, and every single aspect of this from the prosecution standpoint is going to be used, presented, the audio, the testimony from the FBI agent this morning, now from the other agent. All of that is trying to build this case toward a conviction beyond a reasonable doubt to unanimously. Remember, 12 people have to unanimously determine this result. All of that is a part of the piece of pie, if you will, pieces of pie put together by the prosecution. It's their burden. And that was also part of the opening statements this morning.
We're going to have to take a break soon, but I know Ted Perry has one more question for you. If we've got Ted there, I know he wants to ask it. Ted, go ahead and fire away.
I do, and to that last point, what the defense will say is, look, it might have been a draft policy, but the policy still said send them down to the chief judge's office. So that they've already stated that is going to be their defense on that. I want to get to the judge here, if I can, James. Lynn Edelman, I'm not keeping tracks of all the ball and strikes, but he does not seem to be sustaining a lot of objections. He's kind of overruling them, letting attorneys, defense attorneys, have a bit of a wider berth here. Can you talk about what it's like to try a case in his courtroom and his demeanor in the courtroom?
Absolutely. Practiced widely in front of Judge Edelman, both civil cases and criminal cases. And I will say, Ted, that it's more than just Judge Edelman. I think about the other judges in the federal district court in eastern Wisconsin. And this may not be in the evidence code for young lawyers. This may be sort of what's startling. I think judges, especially appropriately in a criminal case, and again, this is coming from a former prosecutor, will let the defendant put on her or his case. And what that means is, and what you're seeing there, Ted, when Judge Edelman is saying, you know what, maybe in a strict application of the evidence rules, this wouldn't come in. But we're talking about the single most significant thing that a government can do, always very much aware of that, and that is prosecute, charge somebody with a crime, potentially take away their liberty. And under those circumstances where the stakes are so very high, Judge Edelman, I think, from my own experience, and again today, very limited up to now and just in less than a full day, is going to let the defense put on a case, even if around the edges you may not want to teach an evidence class directly out of this morning's proceedings. And I would offer to you and to your viewers, that's the right thing. We want judges to give the defendant an opportunity to defend themselves, even in the prosecution case. It is sometimes a source of great frustration for us prosecutors, but we always embraced it. And we always knew that, you know what, at some point, this may be up on appeal, and you don't want to have so many objections that you've got to be defending every sustained objection that you make, it comes in.
Well,
he's like a basketball rep he's like a basketball
Absolutely.
rep that's going to allow a little traveling, a little carrying, a little double dribbling here and there.
Absolutely. I suspect Judge Edelman may not describe it just that way, but you and I would, and I think that's a good analogy to say that you want to be normal. You want to have common sense in a courtroom. The court and the evidence rules should reflect how people in the real world deal with things, especially since you've got a jury. If you've got big things, if you've got wild hearsay coming in, that shouldn't come in. If you've got evidence that's plainly irrelevant, for which there's no foundation, all those kinds of things, those have got to be restricted, and Judge Edelman will do that. But around these small things related to the ways in which things are said, or a little bit on the edges of things that may not otherwise come in, that's appropriate. And I don't think any of the prosecutors there at that prosecution table are going back to their offices tonight and saying, gosh, Judge Edelman is letting all this in. That's the way this should be done, and they appreciate fully. That's the nature of it. Why, once again, they have the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, and the defense should be able to make its case as well. Again, this is coming from a former prosecutor, and that's
James,
the way our system
do you have like
should
2
work.
more minutes? We don't get to talk to someone with your unique position for this long, this often. You have 2 more minutes. We just got to take a quick break, but
Absolutely.
I want to ask you a couple more things. All right, stay with us. Judge on Trial coverage back here on Fox Local exclusively in 2 minutes.
Judge on trial, the trial of Hannah Dugan at the Milwaukee Federal Courthouse, based on what happened at the Milwaukee County Courthouse back on April 18th of 2025. I'm Brian Polson here with Ben Handelman, and we have former U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Wisconsin, James Santel, with us still. And I know, Ben, you've got some more questions.
Yeah, I just want to know how awkward the Christmas parties are if former U.S. attorneys get to go. I mean, you know everybody in the room right now in the courthouse, and I do think it's interesting the makeup, especially some of, one other attorney was talking to me about Judge Hannah Dugan's team and saying, man, has she created, they called it an all-star team because there are, and on the federal prosecution side, obviously some great minds on that side. There are just some very, very smart people on both sides. And I'm so happy we're talking to you because you probably get holiday cards from all of them. And I'm wondering how awkward that can be.
We do. We know each other. And Ben, the parties, which hopefully will happen after this trial is completely done. There shouldn't be, frankly, contact, certainly with the judge at any time, but even with them. They're the bar events, right, that we will go to over the holidays. And there is something about the Milwaukee legal community, which I'm told is not true in other circumstances, other cities, where we recognize that the goal is justice. And the goal is presenting cases fairly and decently so that juries can understand them. And it is not personal. It is not vindictive. And does it get strong and adversarial? Of course it does. And it does that because that's an adversarial system. The notion is that in the courtroom, through that process of winnowing and sifting and objecting and opposing things, the truth percolates out. The wonderful thing about the practice of law in Wisconsin generally, southeastern Wisconsin, in that federal courthouse is not only does everyone know each other? You're right. They're all superb lawyers. They have got high ethics, and I admire them all. It was a great honor of my career to work with every single one of them. And they do not take it outside of the courtroom. This is not a matter of personal animosity. Everyone has a hugely important job to do. Prosecutors, obviously presenting the case. Let me also reaffirm for all your viewers, defense counsel are a critical element in our system of justice. They're sometimes criticized, right? And I always take umbrage. I always push back on that to say, no, just as much as the judge, prosecutors, witnesses, members of the jury, that court staff that's sitting up there that Ted is looking at all the time, defense counsel are just as critical a component in ensuring that justice is done. It's in our Constitution. Federal Constitution, state constitution. Don't anybody tell you the defense counsel somehow are in a secondary role. They are not. They are just as key as everybody else.
Solicitor General on her team. Some have described as the LeBron James of lawyers. I don't know how you get that title, yes. But obviously former U.S. attorneys.
By having great regular season. What? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Basketball joke.
Brian, I'll let you take away the next question here.
Well, I wonder. We can't ask the parties involved this question, so I'm going to ask you. Do you have, if you were prosecuting this case, how good would you feel about the evidence you have, about the facts you have? Is this a strong case for the government?
My own sense, and it's premised upon your good reporting and obviously what Ted is doing on a day-to-day basis. There are two aspects of that, and one of them is the things you prepare for. Plainly, there is a grand jury that said, yes, there is probable cause. And there's no doubt there is a compelling argument to be made for a conviction here. And that's what the prosecutors are doing here, Rick Froling and
Well, it looks like we've lost James for a second here. Our good streak has just come to an end on interviews here.
All of our streaming was fantastic all day long, and we just lost it right there. Well, you know what? I think what we're going to do, I know we've got James Santel. I believe we have him coming back throughout the week, so we'll get a chance to ask him that question again. I want to take one more break. When I come back, what I want to do, I think I've asked a lot of people about this. I show them this animation that we have put together in some of the video and say, does this help you? Because I think this is a hard case to conceptualize what happened and where until you see it. And when you see it, you go, oh, or, well, wait a minute, why not this or why that? So we're going to take one more break. We've got about 15 minutes before we take you to Fox 6 News at 4 o'clock, where we'll be continuing the conversation and all of this stuff today. So after these 2 minutes, we're going to come back and we're going to show you that animation and some video, surveillance video from the courthouse. We'll do that right after this.
Hey, welcome back to the Fox 6 Studios. Judge on Trial. We're streaming exclusively here on Fox Local and our social media channels. Right now on the stand, Anthony Nimps, he was an ICE supervisor, talking about the policy of the day about what happened when Judge Hannah Dugan, according to the U.S. government, helped this defendant evade ICE. The defense says that's not what happened, and so that is what the case is. But Brian, you said we've got something that really lays out what happened. It's all about this hallway with 2 doors, and we can visually, and the timeline's very short. So walk us through what happened that day.
Right before we do that, I do want to say one thing, because I do know that Carrie Doctor of our digital services was telling us earlier that we don't expect you've been here for 4 hours watching all of this every day. But some of the highlights have been snipped and placed on our Fox 6 News Milwaukee YouTube channel. There's some really great content there, and this is one of the things that's already there. But we're going to show it to you right now, and there's an animation here that we put together. I want to thank the Milwaukee County Historical Society for getting us on Friday when they had school groups crawling all over the place. They were able to pull up scans of the 6th floor of the Milwaukee County Courthouse, and from that we were able to build this image of the 6th floor of the courthouse. Here we go, right there. You see on your screen, this is essentially down on the lower right-hand corner of your screen. That is Judge Dugan's chambers. That is courtroom 615 right there. You can see the jury boxes, those 3 rows of chairs. The tables here are the prosecution and defense. You've got the judge's bench, and you've got doorways, a set of double doors, and then another set of double doors that comes into the public area where you'd sit and watch a court case. Well, at a certain point after the judge had gone out into the hallway and sent ICE agents to the chief judge's office, which is off there to the right, she comes back in the courtroom. Flores-Ruiz and his attorney are there. They're the blue circles. And normally, someone who's leaving her courtroom would go out those double sets of double doors back out into the public hallway. That blue circle or purple circle you see there is actually where the prosecution says that Judge Dugan sent Flores-Ruiz and his attorneys out a jury door. That's where the jury comes in and out during a trial, and it leads back into the judge's chambers and to some other private offices, and there is a restricted hallway, restricted from public access. That's where they are going. Now, this is a key question in the case, where I've stopped it right there. There's a door to the left right there that leads to a stairwell that goes down a level to the 5th floor.
It is a public stairwell.
It is a public stairwell, but that door comes from that sort of restricted hallway there. Someone who is on the 6th floor public hallway, like those ICE agents had been, would not see a person taking this door, would not see them going down the stairs. But Flores-Ruiz and his attorney do not take that door. That's the door I'm talking about there that goes toward the stairs.
They did not go that way.
They didn't go that way. Instead, they go this way, right back out into the public hallway, literally 12 feet away from the door they would have come out anyway. And you see those blue circles? Those are all of the federal agents from the ICE. I think they called them, what was it?
It's a task
force. It's a task force.
Let's go with task force.
Task force. 4 of the agents are still in the chief judge's office. There's one right outside the door who was sitting there the whole time that Judge Hannah Dugan never saw. She ordered 5 others into that office or directed them, never saw that one. But then there's another one over here to the by the elevators. That one had been in the chief judge's office, but just seconds before Flores-Ruiz and his attorney came back out, he walked back out and stood here. As they come out into the public hallway, you'll see that they both come out. Oops, there are some notifications. Okay, they come out into the public hallway, pass the bank of elevators, and keep going. And then the agent follows them down. All the way down beyond off screen down there is another set of elevators. And we've got some video I'd like to play that sort of helps you see all of this. I wanted the animation so you could see what happens in the non-public area. But if we can play the video, this is now...
So there's the elevators.
This is the beginning. This is like 7 o'clock, 7:59 a.m. The agents arrive at the courthouse. This is the 6th floor. They sit down, plainclothes guys who are talking and waiting for Eduardo Flores-Ruiz to arrive. Here he is coming in through security. I think this is the 10th Street entrance to the courthouse. The security there takes a little while for him to appear and come through. But Eduardo Flores-Ruiz gets there at around, I think it's maybe 8:30 in the morning. Actually, I'm sorry, it's a little bit before that. His appearance was scheduled for 8:30. This is maybe at around 8:15. He's coming through security. After he comes through security, he will take an elevator up to the 6th floor, which we'll see here momentarily. Now, you see up toward the top middle of your screen, That's Flores-Ruiz getting off the elevator. There's an agent on the bench behind him who notices him. Hard to see because it's kind of back in the background there. He starts now walking toward Judge Dugan's office. He's with his attorney at this point. You see those two agents that we saw earlier sitting on the bench. They watch as Eduardo Flores-Ruiz, the target of their investigation and their arrest, walks past them with his attorney.
Do we know the agents? Did they talk to the judge already at this point? Saying,
they,
hey,
have already notified the clerk, or the bailiff or the clerk, I think it was the clerk, that they were there to make the arrest and that they were going to do so in the public hallway. They sort of lean back after he's passed them. Now, this is taken slightly out of sequence, but you see there's a public defender, the red-headed public defender right there, who goes in. He says something to another. That's Flores-Ruiz's attorney still standing in the hallway. They've noticed the ICE agents. They've now told them, hey, ICE is out here. Now here's Flores-Ruiz later coming with his attorney into the courtroom. They've now entered the courtroom, and moments later, Judge Hannah Dugan and another neighboring judge come out in their robes, which the government has said is unusual. The judges aren't usually in the hallway in their robes.
They made a big point of that.
They made a big point of saying this is like a show of force. Here we are in our official robes. They scan the area in front of Judge Dugan's courtroom once, looking for agents. They miss the person sitting by the garbage can. That is a female ICE agent. They didn't notice her. Instead, they turn around and Judge Dugan approaches these two agents on a bench. She converses with them and appears to say, I think this is when she has the exchange saying, do you have a warrant? They say, we do, but it's an administrative warrant, not a judicial warrant. She says, well, you got to go to the chief judge's office. You got to go talk to Chief Judge Carl Ashley about this. The first one gets up here in a moment to go to the chief judge's office. And the second one stays seated momentarily. I think we'll get here in just a minute. So there goes the first one. He's now headed off to see Chief Judge Ashley. The second one seems to say, do you mean me too? And she says, yeah, you too. You need to go.
And the chief judge's office is on the same floor. It's just right down the hall, right?
It's
where these guys are going.
The entrance to his chambers or his office is right next to her courtroom, but you do have to go a little further down a hallway and back to a reception area. Judge Dugan continues down the hallway and finds more ICE agents and says, you need to go too. There's the third one that she's approached. And in just a moment, she'll approach a fourth ICE agent and say, yep, you too. She turns around and walks with that fourth ICE agent, and a fifth one follows behind them. She eventually notices the fifth one as well, turns around, and you'll see here in a moment, she signals that fifth agent, yep, you too, go to the chief judge's office. And then she walks back into her courtroom, courtroom 615. From this point to the end of things is about 3 minutes or less. There's that last ICE agent going in. There's the public defender who had notified them, kind of pumping his fist. He seems happy that the ICE agents have been directed into the chief judge's office. But he then wanders back out. You see the woman still sitting by the garbage can. That is an ICE agent. He's back out in the hallway. Here comes Eduardo Flores-Ruiz and his attorney out of that private hallway back into the public hallway, not down the stairs, as the government says Judge Dugan intended for them to go. And they start walking past the initial bank of elevators all the way back down to the other end.
Don't notice that guy standing right there.
And the guy standing right there turns and says, I'm just going to follow after them nonchalantly.
Looks like he waved to the other.
He waves to the one who was sitting down. She gets up and starts following as well, but he follows them onto the elevator. You see as they get, now I will point out the government says they passed that first bank of elevators. That's the elevators they came up, the ones they're getting on now. He follows them onto the elevator, and they go down to the basement floor, and here they are coming out. The agent is still following behind them. They're going to go down this ramp, which takes them out of the building. This is the 9th Street side of the Milwaukee County Courthouse, which is the east side of the courthouse. They're coming out at the basement level. 10th Street is up on the first level on the west side. They come out this 9th Street level, and the agent is still following behind them. He is also communicating with other agents and letting them know what's going on. I'm following the target, I'm following this guy. We need to come, you need to come meet me and come get him. They follow him around from the 9th Street entrance all the way around to the 10th Street side, and then here is a video that shows when they announce themselves.
Shouted his name.
They shout his name, he goes running, and agents chase after Eduardo Flores-Ruiz, eventually chasing him down that sidewalk on the far side of 10th Street, and they arrest him. So that is everything we can show you in terms of the visualization of what happened, but the meaning, the interpretation of all of that is what is the subject of this trial.
Did Hannah Dugan try and evade help that person evade ICE agents, or did she simply was frustrated in her caseload and say, hey, get out of here, like I don't want to deal with this?
Yeah, I've got work to do. You go talk to the
case.
chief judge. That's what the draft policy said. You go talk to him, and we've got to move on.
Okay, so we've got a second witness on the stand right now. It's a supervisor, an ICE supervisor. Really, I thought we'd be farther along than today, but that first one, again, was laying pretty much exactly what you just laid down in a few minutes here. So this is all going to continue here in your Fox Local app. We got coverage coming up on Fox 6 News, 4, 5, 6, 9. Just stay here. You know, we're always on.
And the day.
Brian will be back here every day.
We are going to be here every day from noon to 4 doing the streaming thing as well. I'll be here with Carl Deffenbaugh, Ben Handelman, maybe Kim Murphy. But we are going to be here keeping you up to date on this trial because you can't see it. We're going to Roxanne it the best way we can for you and bring you all the information.
And you too. We're clipping this as the moments happen throughout the day. So make sure you check it out there. So stay with us here on your Fox Local app. You are not going to miss it. It's been a really interesting day here at Judge on Trial, day one. We're back in 2 minutes.